All right. Thank y'all to everybody that came out today for the 8th annual Marcus Garvey Day. We could not put this on without you. So give yourselves a round of applause.
Yes.
So I have an announcement to make. First of all, my name is Jesse Paris, otherwise known as Che and Kruma. I've been down with Sankofa for the past 8 years. We've been putting this event on in this very park for the past 8 years. And I have announced my candidacy for mayor. So for those that don't know, there's a big election next year in April 4th of 2023. And I am one of the candidates that's running for mayor of Denver, Colorado for the 2023 election. So I'm a Black grassroots candidate.
It's official.
I'm going to put Black people's interests first. And I'm going to do specifically for Black people. So I just want to give you a little rundown of what my campaign is going to be all about. First of all, redirecting the aim for us, because everybody else's priorities have been met but us. So we need somebody that's in office that's going to do something specifically for us. The malign neglect has to end. We're demanding something tangible for our vote, period. So I just want to let y'all know, I got realistic time frames, tangible ideas specifically for Black Denverites. I'm working on a plan of service to the city for the unhoused, elderly, youth, single parents, recently incarcerated, in rehab, etc. And you can earn your housing, education, a clean slate, and possibly a new life. I have ideas. Another thing I want to do is I want to defund and punish the police. Auditing the Department of the Police, the Denver Charter, the Police Union, Denver Health, the Denver Department of Human Services, and Housing. Unhoused service providers, they're all getting audited. I want to turn crime into a tangible, constructive, something that's tangible and constructive and productive, with incentive to thrive for the betterment, better part of sentencing and re-entry. I also want to create secure movable, convertible modules for unhoused and struggling small business, securing garages and parking lots for the unhoused, and RV car neighbors with options to earn housing through service to the city. Employment to our brothers and sisters with benefits and hazard pay to receive training to protect and defend the most vulnerable, defenseless members of Denver and to prevent crime and injustice as a preventative measure. Promotion of peace where force is the last resort. Housing, drug rehab, mental health, education, trade, self-sufficient campus for wayward youth, incarcerated youth up to the ages of 24 with incentive to live in clean, self-sufficient lives and being a contributing member of society. I am accessible. I live in Park Hill. I live on 38th in Quebec in Northeast Park Hill. So I'm very accessible and I'm ready to listen. Tell me what tangibles you want to see from the next mayor. Donate if you can. Frontline Black News is the platform. It's on YouTube. Make sure you like and subscribe. And we're on every Saturday at 10 p.m. Reparations Immediate Action Task Force is another thing I want to create. Creating a crime bill for us in this city. Let's dialogue. In addition, I want to create recycling and reusing swept items from encampments, from these sweeps that they call cleanups. Mobile showers, laundry facilities, porta potties for our unhoused, for people with power maintenance incentives. I want to lower the AMI. I want to increase the linkage fees. I want controlled rent for livable wages and minimum wage. Section 8 housing is immediately created and constructed for everyone, but specifically for our people, just for starters. So once again, the election is April 4th, 2023. Paris for Mayor 2023. Make sure you get registered to vote if you're not already. And I look forward to being your next mayor. Thank you. Enjoy the rest of your time at the 8th annual Marcus Messiah Garvey Day.
Every move I make, every single day, every time I pray, I'll be missing you. Thinking of the
Westside BBC. Westside BBC. I take a look at myself, I likes what I'm seeing. I'm far from conceited, just a fly human being. I dress, talk, and smell as if I want the world. Learn to steal and that's real once it attracts the girls. My sunshine, spend time, margarita twisted with lime. Half baked in these DC streets, and if you can't stand the heat, ain't got to tell you about the kitchen. Sin City living, how you twigging and itching. Stealing for a living, cause the city, the frequency is a hell of a stench. Until he raised the Grinch, taught him how to steal, land both sides of the fence. Gave him a gun and told the rabbit to have fun, not just counties, boundaries, mountains, time zones, 41 states, cripped in, 15 pipped in, and look at me mama, I'm still dipping, rest till I die, nigga try me, fuck a IV, they got 48 hours to find me, burn the whole crime scene, and all they know is he smoke good greens, and live by all means, with the heart of the whole team, you think it's easy to flip from sugar to shit, smoke up the scene and burn rubber and weed with it, designed for the 3 and the G in it, east side you see the West LV represent explicit. And if y'all think I came to talk pimp shit, bitch, you got me twisted. It's 3-A-N-G-S-T-A period, and I just look like this. I tell them I just look like this. And Lord knows I ain't never been a punk about shit. I live the G-code where most of y'all niggas just talked it. Kicked in doors and pimped hoes, where the G's at, cause this ain't Delancey Street. Please believe that. Cause fucking with me, you get P shit, G shit, West Side 3 shit on 1P, bitch. My rock and roll lock and load, and ain't no bluffing. When them niggas talking loud and they ain't saying nothing. But I kick the type of shit that can break a bitch. Like a thief, anything I wanna take in it. Out of control, rock and skate with it. Left side, and Lord know I ain't no fake in it. I took my game from the streets and jump states with it. Game remain the same, although the name changed cause they face strange. And if I got the gang bang, I burn rubber and weed and lead this bitch right now, man. From blue rags to tracks with hoes that attract tricks and jack dick, that's how it crack, bitch. Think it's a game, it's a fact, bitch. Fucking with Tone P, I'll get your bitch ass blasted up.
Wanna see my cars on flatbed. Hey, this is recession, selling that crack, yeah. Niggas selling super sour and bionic glue, and got Superman powers when I'm stressed new. New Corvette looking like a transformer. No seatbelt screaming on my damn lawyer. Damn, I'm knee deep in the projects, and Hollywood ain't accepting no nigga from the project. New Corvette looking like a transformer. No seatbelt screaming on my damn lawyer. Damn, I'm knee deep in the projects, and Hollywood ain't accepting no nigga from the project. New Corvette looking like a transformer. No seatbelt screaming on my damn lawyer. New Corvette looking like a transformer. No seatbelt screaming on my damn lawyer. New Corvette looking like a transformer. No seatbelt screaming on my damn lawyer. Damn, I'm knee deep in the projects, and Hollywood ain't accepting no nigga from the project. New Corvette looking like a transformer. No seatbelt screaming on my damn lawyer. Damn, I'm knee deep in the projects, and Hollywood ain't accepting no nigga from the project. New Corvette looking like a transformer. No seatbelt screaming on my damn lawyer. Damn, I'm knee deep in the projects, and Hollywood ain't accepting no nigga from the project. Yeah. John Dillinger shit. Corvette looking like a transformer. No seatbelt screaming on my damn lawyer. Damn, I'm knee deep in the projects, and Hollywood ain't accepting no nigga from the project. New Corvette looking like a transformer. No seatbelt screaming on my damn lawyer. Damn, I'm knee deep in the projects, and Hollywood ain't accepting no nigga from the project. John Dillinger shit. Niggas in the hood wanna see my cars on flatbed. Hey, this is a recession, selling that crack, yeah. Niggas selling super sour and bionic glue, and got Superman powers when I'm stressed new. New Corvette looking like a transformer. No seatbelt screaming on my damn lawyer. Damn, I'm knee deep in the projects, and Hollywood
Good evening. Thank y'all for tuning in to another episode of the Frontline Black News. I'm your host, Chan Krumah. Jesse Paris. Make sure to write me in on the ballot. The election is Tuesday. It is Lady Che's birthday, or as we say, her C day or Cirque Day. So happy 43rd or 43 birthday or C day to Lady Che. There she is. Wave at the people.
Oh, give me 1 second, Felly, and I'll get on the thing. Can you hear me?
I guess.
Okay, hopefully you can hear me. It is my Cirque Day. I try to say it the other way, and I just throw it in my mouth. So much to say, but we're gonna get with the show, and then at the very end, after should I do the story before or after Unhoused Neighbor News? I think you should do it after.
Which story?
The one I told Monica I was gonna do it. Tribute. The one you wanted to hear a story. Somebody wanted to hear a special request.
I didn't even write it in here.
It's a surprise. They don't have to know.
Yeah, I guess we could do that at the very end.
Okay. Also, too, I just wanted to say before Jesse gets started, I thought that I thought we were gonna do today's show yesterday. I thought we were gonna do it yesterday. I thought we were gonna do it today. So I missed it, and I really feel kind of slighted by it. I'm just joking, but I'm glad I'm here today. I've been really, really, really fucking sick. The universe has decided to have its way with me, so I haven't been able to do nothing fun for my fucking entire Cirque Day weekend. But that's okay. That's why I got friends. They was like, "Oh, we'll just do it next weekend." So I have big plans, and it's gonna be great. Tuesday's the election, right?
Yes.
And I want to just say, I hope y'all saw my little commercial I made for Jesse. Took me a lot, but I just want to say that Jesse will always be the mayor, no matter what. And I got so much to say on this rest of this mayoral stuff, and I really feel like this is the only chance y'all have to make a fucking change. If you really want to change, Black family, and you're serious about it, this is the time you need to write them in, because everybody else is just same old duck dancing and same old groove, and they don't mean well for us. They're not for us. If you really want someone that's gonna be for us on the B1 agenda, this is about reparations, tangibles, everything we fucking believe in strongly and support, then the time is now to write them in. It's gonna be hard, man. We already know it's gonna be hard, and if you're expecting a fucking magical motherfucking miracle, you just know that it's gonna be hard, and we're gonna do our best to provide what we said we're gonna provide and stand on everything we said we're gonna do. Team Paris is just exactly that. Two motherfuckers on a mission. It's Jesse shit, and Jesse wants to fucking change the city, and by all goddamn means, let's not stand in his motherfucking way. Because, fighting racism, white supremacy in all formats is what we live for. We live for it. I get absolutely excited every time I get to tell a cracker something. You know what I mean? I really have no motherfucking qualms about it. It's been like that since I can remember. However, being in charge of the city, everybody needs a motherfucking mayor, even them. So, that being said, we're not gonna buck dance or fucking dilute the motherfucking message or an agenda or the actual Black First agenda. Okay, we're standing on it. We're giving them that motherfucking hell. And it's gonna be hard. It's gonna be so fucking hard. And we just ask that everybody who stands with us just stand with us. And I want to shout out our people that have helped us throughout the campaign financially. Everything you've given us has went to this motherfucking campaign. Every single that we love truly and we're so fucking grateful for repeatedly who's helped us through this. Can I shout her out? Can I shout her out?
Yeah.
Okay, well, just you know who you are, right? Right?
Yeah.
And the ones that showed us the most love, you know who you are, sir. Ma'am, sir. Okay, we love you. Thank you so much. And without you, none of this shit really wouldn't have been so possible. Because everything has been grassroots for real, with no help, no funding, and none but disrespect. But that's such as life. So, there's not hopes and prayers beating the motherfucking drum. And Jesse Paris is gonna do the damn thing, right, baby?
That's right. But Lady Chad needs to continue with the introduction. Thank you for those wonderful words, Lady Che, on your birthday. So we are going to be discussing 3 minutes of Black empowerment, California Reparations Task Force update, East High School Town Hall meeting on the gun and youth violence at New Hope Baptist Church this past Tuesday, the U.S. Census looking at adding a question to section on race for Black Americans, descendants of American chattel slavery, and of course our Unhoused Neighbor News and our Unhoused Neighbor Sweeps, and we have a special treat for y'all at the very end. So I'm gonna get us started. We talked about Trump yesterday on part one with Shabaka Sankoria, Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced, and Lady Che would like me to play 3 minutes of Black empowerment in regards to Trump to start us off. So that's what I want to start us off with. So check this out.
You know you laughed.
Copyright. Yeah, it's hilarious. I think I smoked it all up.
Americans have ever had. One of the main things he's done is take a massive portion of control away from the establishment Republicans' constituency. Basically, what he's done is the equivalent of a black millionaire riding in and taking all the black voters away from the Democrats. Do you know how furious the Democrats would be if that happened? Furious enough to kill. See, the Democrats don't mind if the Republicans win a couple elections. Republicans don't mind if Democrats win either. It's one big white supremacy. One thing they do mind is this: anyone running who isn't under their control. Establishment Democrats and Republicans like to play ball privately. Trump slipped through the cracks. The fact that Trump is an anti-black white supremacist is well documented. Since the Republican Party is basically synonymous with racism, just about every registered Democrat, both black and white, usually lump Trump together with all the rest of the Republicans, like there's no difference. We are wrong about that. The truth is, both parties want Trump out of the paint. The top brass of the Republican Party is already out in the open with it, but they still have to be careful. Most Republican congressmen and women, senators and governors are all dependent on Trump voters to keep their jobs. That's why last week when Trump announced that he was going to be arrested, even Ron DeSantis was forced to have to stand up for him. Nothing that either party has done has been able to get rid of Trump. And because of this, getting rid of Trump basically rests in the hands of black voters. I can't tell the future. For all I know, Trump will get hit by a bus tomorrow. But if he ends up running in the 2024 presidential election, the only chance both arms of white supremacy will have is the black vote. They'll need the black vote more than any other time in American history. There's a major opportunity there. I know there's a bunch of Negroes out there scratching their hips like a bunch of baboons saying, man, brother, Trump ain't no consequence, brother. Trump ain't no threat, man. Look, stupid. Let's think about this for a second. Do you lead paint babies have any idea what would happen if Trump was announced president of the United States again in 2024? I can promise you that America would lose about 70% of its respect on the world stage within seconds. Trump's possible mismanagement of the Ukraine war alone would become a foreign policy nightmare. Only God knows what China might resort to. Trump's already threatened them 6 ways from Sunday, and they know he isn't kidding. Just the announcement alone would undo been cutting and pasting together in his attempts to fix America's image. Chaos would ensue worldwide before Trump even reaches the inauguration. If we weaponize the black vote on a national level at this specific juncture, I guarantee you we will have white supremacy's full attention.
Yep, so that was 3 minutes of Black Empowerment. Make sure y'all subscribe to 3 minutes of Black Empowerment on YouTube. So what were your thoughts on the truth about Trump?
Me?
Yeah.
Oh man, I'm highly amused. I think that that is a correct statement. I feel like we're already being laughed at all around the world, and immigrants are able to vote after being here for 30 days in certain states. That right there has pushed the fucking the civil rights and everything that people have been trying to get for the last couple of decades, the right to vote, just kick that motherfucking shit out the window. All that hard work, death, and fucking misery has went out the window. Everything that everybody's been working for decades, gone. Fucking gone. And so yeah, I think we're already being laughed at. I think that as funny as it is, no, he should not be president again. Hey, look, there's a reason he didn't get a second term. Just keep that in mind. What about
Black
Biden?
people, that's the reason.
Biden should be president either. But there's no other real options that it was just jumped up and said, hey, I think I can handle the job. Satan shouldn't be fucking president. A lot of them motherfucking white supremacists should not be doing anything anymore. But I don't think to say, but I understand that. Are they really listening to us? See how far it's gotten us. See everything that we work for just get shitted on. So I don't know. What I do know is that it doesn't take everybody. It just takes a small dedicated few to start making some real serious changes and demands, and to put Black first agenda ahead of everybody's, and reparations and separation, and I guess we gotta just keep beating the drum. What they said, it wasn't gonna be a fucking sprint; it was gonna be a marathon. So we knew we were gonna be in here for the long haul. So now we just getting in a comfortable groove. Let's just not get comfortable. Let's just settle in, put our feet down, start getting in the soil and get busy. That's how, just get busy. And everybody get the fuck out the way. So much to say, but I'm gonna go ahead and let Jesse handle up, because this is our last episode for season 2.
Yep.
It's exciting.
Yep, it's our second yearly episode.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I agree with everything that Lady Chase said. Both the parties mean us no well, Black family. Both two sides are saying wicked bird of racism and white supremacy. One is just left and the other one is right. They're still part of the same wicked bird of the global system of racism and white supremacy. And as long as that system exists, we cannot have justice. So we here at Team Paris are actively fighting to replace the global system of racism and white supremacy with a system of justice, which guarantees that nobody's mistreated by the color of their skin, and those that need the most constructive help get it. Shout out to Nellie Fuller Jr. and the Compensatory Code concept for victims of racism and white supremacy, of which we are here too. So moving on right along, the next topic is, I can't remember now. The next topic is the California Reparations Task Force update.
Oh shit.
So I don't know how long we're gonna get through this, because it's at least, I think it's like at least an hour of testimony.
Oh, God. What parts did you like, Jesse?
Well, there's the phone calls. I definitely want to get to the phone calls. So, shout out to the California Reparations Task Force in California. We've been following AB 3121 since Governor Gavin Newsom of California uh, passed it into law in 2020. And basically, it's a reparations proposal for foundational Black Americans, otherwise known as African Americans, descendants of chattel slavery in America, to get reparations from the state of California. So they have put, Gavin Newsom have put together this task force of various members. Majority of the members are Black, but some of them are OTBs, and some of them are non-FBA. So one of them, he just recused himself, Reverend Amos. That's the fool that voted down or was against San Francisco, California, Black Americans in San Francisco, California, getting reparations of $5 million. He said the NAACP rejected it, and then they went ahead and said, they don't think $5 million is enough. So which one is it?
Did he go? Damn, I missed that part.
Yeah. So I'm gonna play some of the phone testimony of these OTBs complaining about us getting reparations.
Oh man. Politely.
This took place in San Francisco, Sacramento, California, which is the capital of California, this past Wednesday and Thursday. So this is the Thursday hearing. Oh, it's not sharing. I apologize, Black family. I don't even have a screen sharing. Okay, here we go.
June 30th, and that the task force encourages everyone to participate. You may also submit written comments at any time via email at reparationstaskforce@dlj.ca.gov. So with that, let us begin. We're going to open up the phone lines, and we have Keely from AT&T assisting us this morning. Keely, are you on the line?
I am.
Good morning.
So ladies and gentlemen, if you'd like to make good morning, if you'd like to make a comment, please press 1, then 0 on your phone. You'll hear an acknowledgement that you've been placed in the queue. You can remove yourself by repeating the 1-0 command. If you're on a speakerphone, please pick up your handset. Today's comments will be anonymous and you'll be called on by your line number. Once again, for comments, it's 1 and then 0. We'll go to line 54.
Hello, this is Prince Ramsey. I wanted to reiterate what I said about for California. In addition to it being only for descendants of persons in the United States, we need to make it such that there's no double dipping, so we can.
Yes, we can.
Yes, my name is Matthew Burgess, 5th generation California, and you probably heard a lot.
He said,
double the United States. It should be based on where you spent the most amount of time in your life. And if somehow, again, you spend an equal amount of time in multiple places, where you spent the most amount of time recently. And also, when it comes to the thing we need to talk about is the racial wealth gap. In California, we know that it's greater than the national 350K racial wealth gap. The question is how much? And by calculating that, we could figure out what is owed in California. Thank you.
Thank you. Keely, next caller, please.
We'll go next to line number 91.
Hello.
We can hear you. Please go ahead.
Thank you. I'm calling because there was a comment made yesterday that
I apologize, it's real hard to hear.
That came after slavery shouldn't be held responsible And that's actually not true. Those that came after slavery have been paying reparations to the indigenous community and to the Jewish community and continue to do so, even though they are not the ones that originally stole the land or the ones that pulled the switch in those Nazi gas chambers. So that's actually incorrect. Also, as Martin Luther King told us, this country could have a long time ago could have repaired the descendants of those that were enslaved a long time ago, but instead chose to spite them by calling to Europe and other places for their huddled masses and then giving the people that came free land and even money to cultivate that land and even money when the government didn't want them to cultivate the land. So, unfortunately, our school systems are not teaching history with its proper right and in its proper context. And so that is why we have people thinking that they're not responsible. We also have to understand that there was a such thing as fiscal discrimination, because even when they called those people from other places, they gave them land and money, but then to Black people, they were not allowed. Also, I know with the First World War, there were many GIs that could not exercise, Black GIs that were not even allowed to exercise the GI Bill. Also, banks were allowed to discriminate based on color, so you had white families that were given loans that they did not even qualify for, despite Black families that did. So the thing is, even if you came after slavery, you still benefited.
Thank you
from
so much for
slavery
your
and
comments. I'm
from the
sorry to interrupt you in the middle of your sentence. Thank you. Keely, next caller, please.
We'll go next to line 65.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes, my name is Matthew Burgess, fifth generation California. And you probably heard a lot from my brother Jonathan. But I wanted to first thank the task force for some of the work that's been done. And Chair Moore, thank you for holding it down. But for some of you others here, I was disheartened to know that land wasn't taken into consideration because there was no data for land. You have California, we have over 100 million acres of land. 43 million acres are used for agricultural. When the gold rush came and the gold ran out, what do you think people did? We went to agriculture. Okay, that's what we did. And you took farmland from descendants of slaves, Black people that were working the land. You did eminent domain, you did everything else. Hundreds of acres of land that you took from Black people, but you can't calculate that. You have Folsom Lake here in California. Folsom Lake was a Negro bar that they changed the name to, now it's Black Miners Bar, but that was a descendant of slaves as well. You changed that name, so you have that. You have Allensworth. You have all these things that you could take into consideration, but you don't. Agriculture was the way that we made a living, the way that we provided. Let's take Coloma, for example, okay? The land that you took from my ancestors, guess what we did with it? We made it a state park, but not only did we make it a state park, we allowed park officials and government officials to live there for free, rent-free. That documentation is there. Calculate the rent that you allowed them to live there for free when you took land from descendants of slaves saying that it was unlivable and you burnt up orchards. Let's talk about that. No one's talking about that. And Dr. Javon Scott Lewis, you held it down, but you know there's data on that. The nefarious acts that people did and took against our ancestors, it's out there. So when you don't talk about the theft, the land, the grab, everything that happened, the totality of it, that's where the frustration comes from. But I do thank you. But we're also at the same time understanding that people like W. Wrong, who's the 90th mayor of New York, he came to California using produce from our orchards in Coloma and all across California, become a millionaire.
Thank
W.
you.
Strong,
Thank you so
mayor.
much for your comments this morning. Thank you. Thank you for taking the time to call in. Keely, our next caller, please.
Line 50.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Shauna Charles is a fraud. How do you have a communications group that doesn't have an active website, that doesn't have a landing spot for the reparations task force, and operates by themselves? I don't.
Uh-oh. I don't know what just happened. Black family just like froze up.
Incompetence, and nobody seems to care. We are at the 11th hour, and the average Black person in California has no clue that this task force has been operating for the last 2 years. It is Black people who are trying to keep gas in their car, a roof over their head, and fighting through the hostile, racist working environment that needs to know about what the task force has done. And Shauna Charles is failing those Black people by withholding pertinent information that needs to be disseminated in order for these people to understand what has been discussed.
Cause I'm going to have to restart the computer.
Good morning. My name is Cheryl Thornton, and I am a city and county I work for the city and county of San Francisco. What I'm calling about is that I want to urge the state task force to continue to look at Black workers, the data for Black workers for the state of California, because just like Black workers in the state of California, at the city level, Black workers are the last to be promoted, the harshest to be disciplined, the first to be fired. And so there's a lot of economic loss that's going on with just in the employment. So I urge you to continue to study the data of Black employees for the state of California, so that can maybe flow down to the city and counties through the state of California, because many people, the largest employer for most Black people is a public employment. And we are, again, the last to be promoted, the first to be fired, and we are disciplined the harshest. So thank you.
Thank you. Keely?
We'll go next to line number 53.
Good morning, Task Force. My name is Roy Lee, 1619 Reparation Party representing. Just to reinstate from yesterday's phone line speaker that stated she came from another state and didn't feel like her tax dollars should go to reparations. She claimed welfare and government assistance was greatly taken advantage of. We didn't take advantage of the opportunities given. Facts show that Black women account for 68% of associate's degrees, 66% of bachelor's degrees, 71% of master's degrees, and 65% of doctorate degrees, which includes both race and gender. After visiting the African American Museum in Oakland, California, where it validates hard work and Black excellence contributed to the country, the first video surveillance camera was invented by a Black woman, Marie Van Britten Brown. Her invention was the first patent for the type of device granted in the U.S. in 1969. Cell phone, invented by Henry Van Britten Brown, who invented gamma electric cell, which technology later used to create cell phones. And many more inventions like the motor, urinalysis machine, the space shuttle arm. Of reparation, but what about the contributions to the country that we provided? Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Keely?
Next to line 66.
Hello.
Your
My
line
name
is
is
open.
Yes, hello. My name is Yolanda Williams. I am one of the vice presidents of the NAACP. I want to make it very clear that Amos Brown spoke out on his own opinion. I never had any idea that he had ever written such a horrible press release. Our community, our culture does not need programs. Programs have always undermined us. I want to get my reparations money. It can be made in annual payments. That's fine. The Indians got theirs. Why is it such a problem for us to ensure that Black Americans get it? And when we're talking about reparations, We're not talking about reparations for those who are from Africa. We're not talking about Black Africans. It's Black Americans. We deserve it. We have endured all types of racism and harassment. I was a police officer for 32 years, and I was harassed the entire time. It was not a pleasant career for me. And I think it is time for us to stop arguing about whether or not we should get the cash payment. Amos Brown is off track. And at this point in time, perhaps you need to think about, is he able to serve with the people? He does not speak for every Black American, and we cannot let him have that authority or power. Thank you very much. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. Keely, next caller.
Line 83.
Mark, can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, good morning, members of the task force. My name is Tiffany Quarles, and I am a founding member of the Coalition for a Just and Equitable California, also known as CJEC, and the National Assembly of American Slavery Descendants. I want to first of all thank you for your monumental contribution and work for reparative justice. This is no easy task, and you have all handled this process with grace. I also want to thank you for your eligibility vote last year for lineage-based reparations, which is the only legally sound and morally correct decision for the community of eligibility. Reparations is about the acknowledgement of crimes against humanity and genocide against a specific group of people. And in this case of California reparations, we are talking specifically and only about African Americans who descend from persons enslaved in the United States. These are the people who built this nation and fought in every war for the United States, whose cultural gifts have enriched the U.S. and the world over, but have never received any compensation or the recognition they deserve for their contributions to making this nation great. This process is not about ending racism or dealing with the problems of the whole Black race or other disadvantaged groups. If you want to tackle those issues, as Kim Mims said yesterday during public comment, there's a racial justice commission happening right now where issues that collectively affect all Black people and other marginalized people can be addressed. So on that note, please ensure that when you are completing the final report that all proposals are lineage specific to the community of eligibility. This is not the place for race-based or universal policies. Once again, please remove any universal or race-based policies and ensure every proposal is exclusively for those who descend from U.S. slavery. Thank you very much for giving me the space and time to have my voice heard, and I wish you all a successful hearing.
Thank you. All right, Keely, we are ready for the next caller.
Line 79.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Mr. Karen.
Okay. Hello, thank you for this opportunity to speak. My name is Fatima Gilliam, and I'm continuing my remarks from yesterday. I'm a third-generation Californian in my 40s. I'm speaking to represent the voice of Californians with strong ties to the state, but were pushed out, driven out, or priced out. If part of the purpose of reparations is to address state harms, then you must consider the state's role in driving people out and displacing them. This task force must take into consideration how state action played a role in the state's declining Black population, and how reparations is an opportunity not just to provide financial restitution for past wrongs, but an opportunity to welcome Blacks back into the state with a financial foundation to afford returning. Yes, you're going to have a residency requirement, but if the goal is to atone for past wrongs in California, that analysis must also include the wrongs committed against people who grew up in California but were later driven away, or felt that a dwindling Black population signaled living there meant exposing ourselves to racist toxicity and trauma on an insupportable level. Task force members, I hope you won't be dismissive of Blacks who no longer live there, because then the question becomes, why don't we live there? What did California do to drive us out? What role does the state play in a declining Black population? Excluding people like me conveniently circumvents harms linked to state action that created an environment that drives Blacks from the state, but could be repaired, facilitating our return with reparation funds. You need a mechanism for people like me. The benchmark should be intergenerational residents or those who spent key formative years in California. The baseline should be linked to those born and raised in California, because I suffered harm, couldn't afford health care, voted in California, paid taxes, and was discriminated against in California. If there are to be reparations, then people like me equally deserve to be included in who's deemed eligible. Thank you for your time and for all of your hard work on this important effort. Thank you.
I told you.
Thank you. Keely, we're ready for the next caller.
Next is line 49.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Good morning, Chair Moore, Vice Chair Brown, Task Force members. My name is Marcus Champion, a founding.
Weekday meetings, but there is broad community support for the recommendations we have made.
Throughout Attorney Holder's testimony yesterday, she repeatedly used the term Black to describe the target population. Not once did she refer to us as the beneficiary class, nor did she reference the descendant community. At the last hearing, Chair Moore made it clear that it was necessary to listen to the descendant community as they are the injured party. Member Tamaki affirmed the task force's intention to honor the lineage standard, and Attorney General Bonta started the day off with no less than 12 references to the descendant community still being affected by the atrocities of slavery. Our colleagues from NASD and CJEC have urged the task force to avoid this race-based, illegal, ambiguous language that will turn this groundbreaking endeavor into a fool's errand. So it is difficult for me to fathom why Attorney Holder would deliberately injure us with her language. She not only injured us, but she has injured this enterprise with her words. Language has been weaponized against the descendant community, and this single opportunity exists for us to receive the repair, remedy, and redress that will enable us to self-determine and to establish a life-giving politic that will enable the descendant community to operate freely in American society and interact with the world around us from a position of strength and not weakness. Therefore, I implore you to remove this race-based, illegal, harmful language from every part of this historic artifact that will be produced. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Keely.
Line 88.
Hi there, this is Tia Ryder, and I'm a grassroots advocate with the freedmenbureau.org, and I'm calling today to support reparations for Black American freedmen. As a reminder, direct cash repair is owed at the local, state, and federal levels, and for the California state claim, American freedmen do want to see Special Field Order 15 continued this year via the Bureau, which distributed land plots to American freedmen. We do want the Freedmen's Bureau overseen directly by American freedmen that are either elected or selected by a democratic lottery process. At this time, we do not want any other nonprofit or investment firms involved with the Bureau's recreation process. At the local level and upheld by the state, some of our biggest issues for American freedmen are in the land and housing area. We encourage the task force to support a position to bring forward a vote for predominantly Black communities in California to determine whether or not they want to divest into incorporated Freedmen townships. Again, we are dealing with gentrification and displacement in real time. In the fall of 2022, we heard a Latina Democrat and former Los Angeles City Council president admitting on audio that she didn't support another political candidate because that candidate supported Black Americans. I had already emailed the state attorney general, Rob Bonta, prior to that audio being leaked to let him know that I thought the council president was conspiring against Black Los Angeles residents. And a month later, the audio leaked to her admitting to doing so. American freedmen have been undermined long enough. We need to take back community control for our collective well-being. One last note, American freedmen ancestry does tie directly to the enslaved African Jamestown's arrivals, but not only. Many of us also have lineage directly tied to the indigenous population that was enslaved in the Americas as well, and to the Europeans. We are essentially a tribe of displaced tribes based on this concept of race, based on phenotype, dark skin. And that's why it's so critical that we work to stabilize our population and we have self-determination for this community.
Thank you so much for your comments. I'm so sorry to interrupt you in the middle of your sentence, but thank you for taking the time to call in this morning. Keely, our next speaker, please.
52.
Hi, good morning. My name is Jacqueline Clark, and I'm in San Diego County. And I wanted to speak today about what my ancestors might have said if they were standing before you today asking for reparations, knowing that it was promised to them through Special Field Order 15, and not just mentioning freedmen, but mentioning Negroes and slaves. We identify as we identify, and we are Negroes. In this case, we will say that what if we had received what was owed to us at that time, there will be no need to be having this conversation present day. There will be no need to be here essentially begging people who have an outside interest in this to do what was supposed to have been done when the special field order went into effect. Now, as far as the wealth gap goes, the wealth gap in the United States seems to be the most persistent disparity and underlying and cause for every other disparity that Black Americans, descendants of slaves, are experiencing. So closing the wealth gap is the most important thing to do immediately. It would raise people's spirits. It would give them the ability to do what their white counterparts were able to do when slavery ended, except the white counterparts benefited from slavery, while the Negroes, the slaves, continued to be treated harshly and at the direction or with complacency by the United States federal government. So today, I'm asking that if there's policy to be put in place, that it's centered around the wealth gap and closing the wealth gap immediately. That there be policies and programs or abilities where people can receive direct cash payment.
Thank you. Thank you so
that
much for your comments this morning. The task force really appreciates it. All right, Keely, our next caller.
Yeah.
Like, really, how would you feel if that's what you saw in your ancestors' death certificate, where they were born were slaves? Really? I digress. Secondly, we talk about these putting other stipulations. What about the Black veterans who came back from the war back and they were denied GI Bill benefits? What about that? Black people as a whole, doesn't matter if your ancestors were slaves or not, Black people as a whole in this country have suffered many, many atrocities, down to the microcosm of just everyday existence. Can't even breathe. Go to the store. You're being followed while the white cousins are getting away with the goods.
Yeah.
This has to be done. It is necessary. Japanese got their reparations. Jewish people got their reparations years ago. And yet here we are, still begging for some crumbs. You can't quantify it because it's unquantifiable. You just have to come to a number. It's huge. It's massive. And I do agree with the previous caller about the owners of the ship. Yeah,
I'm sorry, your time is up. Thank you so much for your comments. Keely, do we have any other callers?
I will go next to line 44.
Good morning. Thank you very much. My name is Derek Hawley, and I'd just like to start off. I'm totally against this. I'm a 61-year-old white male, a truck driver by trade, blue collar. I look at my 8-year-old granddaughter and realize that she's going to be the one paying for this. My family is from the north. Nobody's ever owned a slave. And let's talk about what happened in the 60s. I don't mean the 1860s. I mean the 1960s. My father was plucked from a small town in Oregon, shipped overseas where they didn't speak his language. Sound kind of familiar. He's forced to stay there close to 2 years. The land was called Vietnam, obviously. He came back. He did all right by himself, but a lot of them didn't. They're out there on the streets or wherever. Those are the people that need help. Black, white, brown, whatever. And I think what this is going to do, this reparations, is going to create such a divide in this country that I don't think this country can be divided anymore. But this is sure going to be a blow to it. I mean, it was a terrible thing, slavery. I can't imagine. But I don't owe anybody anything, nor does my family. And I hope you see my point a little bit. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, Keely.
How the fuck are you calling into our shit anyway?
Go to line 106.
Good morning, task force. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
This is your opportunity to make life-changing decisions, and every change is a result of your actions that will impact California's entire African-American race.
I want to ask you, why is it that the slave masters were granted reparations when they lost their slaves and they didn't have to have a task force? Every race has been compensated with reparations with the exception of African Americans. Atonement for slavery is the beginning of the healing process and of reparative and restorative outcomes. The African American race is on the brink of extinction, so we need to be classified as a protected race. And finally, federal agencies are quite complacent with the uptick of racial discrimination and exponential increase of police shootings. Reparative justice is an important issue in the United States where Blacks are warehoused. You know, while 2% of the shipping industry, I want to address that young lady, while 2% of the shipping industry is responsible for the transport, 98% is responsible for carrying out heinous, inhumane acts against African American people. And we're still in suffering. Every systemic racism in every facet of African American lives exists in the education system, in employment, in finance, in the healthcare, in housing, in the justice system, in the farming industry. We are disparate, and when there's a wealth gap that has to be closed. And everybody that gets on here in opposition to change, you're a part of the problem. You're not a part of the solution. I call back my time.
Thank you. Thank you so much. All right, Keely, we are ready for the next caller.
45, your line is open.
Yeah, peace. What's good, y'all? My name is Cash Gaines. I just want to clarify that I'm Black American on both sides of my family for context of the conversation. I was going to call in to talk about how the 13th Amendment allowed for those who were criminalized to still be paid cents on the dollar. And since reparations is about unpaid wages for slavery, I thought that we might be able to realize some more money being left on the table for those who are owed back pay for being forced to do labor while incarcerated under the war on drugs before. But instead, I want to talk about the state of Oregon. A year and a half ago, I called into this task force saying that Oregon had suggested Senate Bill 619, which offered $123,000 a year in lifetime payments tax-free. They also had Senate Bill 618, which was to study what Black Americans went through to help understand if that number was too big or too small, but they at least put numbers on the table. If you, starting at 18, became 50 years old in the state of Oregon, you would be a $6 millionaire in Oregon at age 50. Now, in the city of San Francisco, they suggested tying reparations for 250 years to the area median income, meaning by age 51, with $97,000 a year, at age 51, you'd be a $5 millionaire. So if we have to have compromise in reparations, what we would suggest in San Francisco's case, and I might say for the entire state, is we keep that lump sum payment, but tie it to those who are over age 50 to receive it first and foremost, because the lump sum needs to be a part of the reparations plan. The last thing I want to say is that reparations will raise the GDP of certain cities and states as it settles debt and allows for consumption and reinvestment. We cannot afford not to do reparations. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Keely, we have time for a few more callers.
We'll go to line 72.
Hi. Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, hi. My name is Diane. I'm calling to ask you to remember the senior citizens, descendants of slaves. If they weren't born in California, they've lived here many, many years. They've worked very hard. Some of them haven't made Social Security. My mother's buried. She didn't make 50. And she was fighting for all the people. And I remember the last thing she said to me, one of the last things she said, I'm tired of fighting. And this has been so many of our people fighting their entire lives, who've lived through Jim Crow, apartheid, left out of their dreams and home ownership. And getting help in California is a very demeaning experience. And I think they've made it even more demeaning for Black Americans, descendants of slaves. So I just think that seniors who have lived through a whole lot of this stuff, and as we still continue to, because we have never equalized the United States of America, especially for African American people. So many of our people, our parents and whatever, even though working hard generation after generation, are in poverty in their senior years, even if they made something when they were younger. and it never was equal. My father was never paid equally. He was the only Black man in his office, and he was the best man, and they knew it. And they promoted everyone over him and always underpaid him. And he told me when I was about 19 or so is when he let me know that he knew that he was paid less than everyone else, but he had his family, and he wasn't going to quit that job, even though he knew he was being cheated. And one of my childhood friends was found hung in the police department, in the jail.
Thank you so much for
boy.
your comments. I'm so sorry to have to interrupt you in the middle of your important statement, but thank you. Keely, our next caller, please.
Line 46.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen of the task force. The slave master has an agenda and considers continuing to waste the tax money to push for a war that offers him the feeling of superiority.
Kens and Karens, y'all.
Constantly proving the ability to single out a person and fight a citizen for the lack of well-being. The success of the citizen seeking for progress never occurs. Ladies and gentlemen of the task force, it's extremely difficult to take this time from a current and severe struggle to appear with answers and not be heard. What is our agenda? Might seem like most of us are here to prove that we can speak and belittle the system. It's worse to know that upon an appearance, there's only a brief amount of time. People come here, they're coming to aid and assist. We're expecting your ability to provide resources. Only way for us to reach the answer is to let the agenda be known. Form and project a holy comprehension for what needs to be done. Offer understanding to those who are here to help and push to perfection. I project a multi-trillion-dollar answer for replenishment and a multi-quadrillion-dollar business. I continue to feel like I stand alone. How do we begin without subjecting ourselves to further homelessness and weak mentality? Where are the resources and the people that want to avoid the war that the slave master is seeking? I ask you, how do we get the ball rolling? Do we have access to lawyers that need to start success on a personal level so that those of us who have actual proof of these wrongs occurring today can strive to set the bar for what's actually owed?
Thank you so much for your comments this morning and taking the time to call in. Keely, our next caller, please.
Line 43.
Hello, my name is Jim Leone, and I'd like to first thank the task force for putting this information out on the internet yesterday so that people could easily access this hotline. Obviously, everybody that's calling in has a vested interest in what they believe are their rights and their opinions. My only concern is that when we get down to the brass tacks of it, California cannot financially handle at this point what looks like $800 billion. California is already in a state of decline with their financial resources, and their financial rating is also starting to tumble. We've already had bank failures in the state of California due to, let's put it to failed property taxes, and the people are no longer being able to pay what they have to do. And we're looking at corporations that are still trying to put money into the coffers of Democratic politicians. I applaud the Department of Justice for coming in here and at least holding some kind of rule on this type of phone conversations being called in here. But this task force really needs to get back down to the fact of who's going to pay for this and how are you going to pay for this. All you're trying to do is you're trying to gaslight something that's going to make everybody feel better. A lot of people have an opinion on this, and obviously they have a vested opinion and they're very passionate about it. Good for them, but it doesn't pay for what it is. The only way you're going to do this is to overtax the people of California, and you're going to put it into a financial hardship that's going to become a problem for the rest of the United States. If Gavin Newsom and this task force believe that this is what needs to be done in order to try to make right, come up with a way to pay for it. Come up with a realistic way to pay for it. Those of us that are looking at 40% taxes in California, being
Thank you
taxed
so much
if
for
we
your
move from
comments this
California
morning.
because
Your
we don't
time
want to
is
deal.
up. Keely, next caller.
Line 60.
Good morning. My name is Mecca Morgan. First, I would like to thank the task force for all their efforts and hard work. Also, I would like to suggest that we have an international trial to legitimize reparations. I'm sure to some that may sound scary and arduous.
Good morning. My name is Andrea Heteru. I'm calling from San Diego. Shout out to member.
When as the top candidate for a position, a person of color was selected instead.
That there would be oversight for agencies that were providing services, but that there would be direct services if needed. And that part did concern me. I'm hoping that member Bradford and member Joan Sawyer will be able to shepherd that through so that the if needed is determined by the actual freedmen agencies themselves. So we wouldn't want other people to decide whether it was needed. We need to be deciding that ourselves. So you do have your work cut out for you. I'm listening to other callers and member Bradford and Joan Sawyer. You really have your work cut out for you. I applaud this commission. I have listened to every minute of it, and I have no reason to believe that a single member was not sincere or principled. And I think that you've been brilliant. I think that you've been balanced. I'm in awe of your work, actually. So thank you for your work, and that's all I have to say.
Thank you for your call this morning. Keely, next caller, please.
Line 69.
Yes, I absolutely oppose the idea of handing out money to any group that has not been personally harmed, especially this group who has had reparations for years. I was born and raised in California. I'm white. I was on my own at 17 with nothing. I put myself through school, attaining an MBA. I worked hard, did not have children I couldn't afford, saved my money, protected my credit, and eventually bought a home. I am a victim of affirmative action. When as the top candidate for a position, a person of color was selected instead. But I kept working hard and I succeeded. Today, my husband and I have a small farm, and contrary to what's been said, the USDA has annual programs and money for minority farmers that I'm not eligible for. You can't fix individual racism. The woman who called me a Karen yesterday, that's racist. And you can't point to a single systemic racist program in place today. They were removed decades ago and replaced with reparations in the form of affirmative action, diversity goals, college admission preferences, subsidized housing, welfare programs, and on and on. But instead of taking advantage of these reparations, many have continued to build generational dependence on social programs. Fix that. Stop having children you can't afford who are raised in fatherless homes at an astounding rate that leads to children dropping out of school, committing crimes, using drugs, becoming a burden on society. These disgusting, show me the money rants, although comical, are just sad. But if you want more handouts, start with your African ancestors in Africa, who were the ones who enslaved your fellow Africans to be traded to Europeans, not Americans. And that's an important distinction because 4 years after the U.S. won its independence from Britain, it made it illegal to participate in the slave trade or introduce more slaves to America. A bold move at the time. But as we speak, Kamala, the worst VP in American history, is in Africa, offering billions to the original slave perpetrators. And isn't she black? That's irony, folks. And that's all I've got to say about this disgusting reparations board.
Next speaker, Keely.
We'll go to line 70.
Hello? Hello?
Your line is open.
They got discouraged and hung up because you took so damn long.
Your line is open. We'll move on. The next line is 95. 95, your line is open.
Hello.
Your line is open, 95.
Is that me?
Yes.
Oh, hi. My name is Tiana Toombs. I'm actually calling from San Diego, California. I just wanted to speak because I've been seeing how vital and critical it is for people from my lineage, American descendants of slavery, to actually get reparations. But I would just like to start with some facts. So the only reason why AB 3121 was able to be passed was because the legislative aide Maureen Simmons of California introduced the bill AB 3121, and only because of Attorney Antonio Moore, who provided all of the necessary data as well as the information to get this bill passed, who then was ultimately pushed out so that all of the information and knowledge that he provided could be bastardized and used and manipulated to actually stop us from getting reparations. Based on the political knowledge and education that I've learned from the president of the ADOS Advocacy Foundation, Yvette Harnell, it has been proven that the only way that we can actually get full, true, authentic cash reparations is through the federal government. The states does not have the proper funding to even provide enough money for us to get reparations. Therefore, at this point, this task force is a farce, and then the leader of the task force has blocked her entire Twitter account so that the people who she says she wants to hear from cannot even voice or express their opinion. So in order to actually have a task force that's going to be successful, we have to have people who are willing to stand and put their feet to the fire, hear feedback, hear commentary, and actually be able to ingest it and process it to get the ultimate goal, which is reparations. I don't see that happening. So to anyone who can hear the sound of my voice, if you are truly if you are actually serious about getting reparations, please go to the adolphfoundation.org and sign up. Our chapters are launching soon, and we will actually get the reparations for the federal task force. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks for your call. Keely, next line, please.
We'll go to line 77.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
My name is Catherine Wade, and after watching Vice President Kamala Harris' speech in Africa, I really felt my ancestors' spirit. I mean, Black African Americans were kidnapped from Africa, brought to America to be enslaved one time. They worked in the fields. They put cocaine in Coca-Cola for them to work so hard and work this country up. We were enslaved again, too, when they dropped cocaine into our community, crack. In my generation, they destroyed our families. They incarcerated our Black men and women. They stripped us from the women from their children. You separated us twice. You brought us here. You enslaved our ancestors. I have doctrine of my grandfather's slavery. And again, we don't want the 40 acres and a mule. The land is already claimed, and the mule is no good. He's outdated. We want our money, just like any other culture you paid when you did wrong to them. We deserve our money. We don't want to be dependent on other programs for an overseer to watch us gain generational wealth for our children. Our ancestors didn't have that choice. And let's talk about police. When my son, Malad Baldwin in Antioch, California, was beat, hunted, and died at the hands of the police, and the police is in Antioch, the same old, just like the slave masters, they're getting away releasing documents to the FBI, federal government, of all the corruptions and beatings and killings that they've done here in California. Let's still talk slavery is going on here in California today. I'm in the 50s. I worked in the fields. My mom didn't graduate because she worked the fields and worked in the white folks' house. So let's talk about slavery. Let's talk about the pain of a Black mother having sons in America, disenfranchising our children of education, of anything that anybody else had in America, that white people inherited what they have off the blood and the backs of our people building this country up. Let's talk about that. Yeah. We don't need no more programs. Mental health. Who's going to help us?
Thank you. Thank you for your call
white
this
people
morning.
don't know how to care.
Thank you for taking the time to call in. Keely, next caller.
It takes about a minute and a half to get started.
We'll go to line 100.
You only get 2 minutes.
Line 100, your line is open. We'll move on. We'll go to line 61.
I'm gonna see this worse.
Line 61, your line is open. We'll move on.
I need to make a phone calls.
We'll go to line 81.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right. Thank you for letting me speak. I'm having a call from LA.
Because we're not gonna beat
I'm a blogger from the Black American Heritage Club, and I'm not satisfied with the report. I'm a Black American who can trace their lineage past the 1865 census and trace their ties to this land of North America. This report needs much revision. Speak to California, not to federal reparations. California has a racist, sinister history, starting from 1850, when Cali became a state. So there's no need to mention the transatlantic slave trade, but to the illegal slavery. Speak to the illegal slavery, more domestic human trafficking, redlining that caused wealth gaps and health problems, unjust legal system, more detailed like correctional facilities, and the eminent domain of free Black Americans
Played all of that.
that benefited white Americans. It was all these things were to benefit white Californians, and they have used racial terror up and down the coastline that needs to and redress.
The last one.
We have misinformed white callers calling because you're talking about the slave trade, Shirley. And we need to just start from the establishment of California. How about the Black miners that was never found or had to work all these hours and long times in the cold? Like, we have a unique history, okay? So I have to woe to you, Gavin Newsom. Governor Gavin Newsom, you are guilty. For 3 years, Black California citizens did not know about reparations happening in their own state. And in this modern day where social media brings everything faster than the controlled TV media, okay? Because unfortunately,
Thank you
we
so
don't,
much for your
we don't know.
comments. I'm sorry to have to cut you off in the middle of your sentence, but thanks for calling in. Keely, this will be our last person that we hear from via the lines today. Thank you.
All right, and that will come from line 64. Line 64, your line is open.
I kept thinking all 64, but
We'll move on to line 82.
Hello?
We can hear you.
Oh, yes. Hi. Good morning, Task Force. Yes, my name is Carolyn Rory Simmons, and I have tracked my family history back to slavery, where just by the color of their skin gave another person power and control over them. My mom is 94 and still alive and well, can speak firsthand about the racism in this country. I'm a Black woman born and raised in California. I'm not an African American. I've never been to Africa. I'm a Black American indigenous to this land. California is where I was raised and continue to live. I'm an educated woman with degrees. I have lived in my mortgage-free home for the past 14 years with a rental property as well. I don't need your education. I don't need your housing. This is just another tactic for the white race to continue to control and dictate how we move forward in this country. I was raised in a predominantly white county and just happened to have gone to school with our governor. I want what is owed to me and would love to see my mom benefit from what she witnessed that was stolen from us many years ago. Not only was our land stolen, but our ideas was as well. Not to mention that the slave owners, what they did to our Black women back then. My family still has property, and it's called Sugar Hill because that's what the white man said. There's some mighty fine sugar up there on that hill. We've been through more than what any person can imagine. I've heard the stories, my mom crying about the things that happened to her parents. We were to divide that land up right now. It would cost us to pay for the postage stamp of what it would cost to divide that money up. He who controls the land and the food controls the world. Warren Buffett, the Rothschilds, just to name a few. We have a few families that run this country, about 90% of this country. How can you guys try to say that we are not, we do not have reparations come and that we get them without you guys making a decision as to how we should receive it? I don't need.
I'm sorry, your time is up this morning, but I hate to cut you off, but thank you so much for taking the time to get on the call and call the task force and share your comments. And that's to everyone who called in this morning. We're now going to shift to in-person comments. So, and when I call your name, the first 5 folks who received a number, please come forward, stand up and come forward, approach the mic. William Bronston, Akil L., Chris Lodgson, and Davis, I believe, Wall Owens, and Mark Mesger. I apologize in advance if I mispronounced your name. So you have 2 minutes. So please begin. Welcome and good morning.
Cherished members of the task force and family in the audience.
What the fuck?
I'm a physician. I was the medical director for 2 state departments in California for 25 years.
Why are white people there?
The Black community and the white community are suffering now under the most barbarous and extractive medical service delivery system that is nothing more than wealth transfer. The one thing that I want to leave you with is the request to look carefully at the 5 pages that I've given you and the website that is behind this. I spent the last 2 years with 40 confreres from around the country to put together the most imaginative healthcare delivery system in the world. A system that is not yet included in the single payer models that the California Nurses Association are proposing for the state legislature in the coming 2 years that we've tried now for 9 years in a row to pass. Health is fundamental to the population, and the lack of community, the lack of identification between us all as one people, as one caring community and society is heartbreaking to listen to, and the wounds that exist in our society. This document essentially lays out very simply the basis of what a comprehensive healthcare delivery system would actually do. First of all, we have all the money in the world right now in the bank to be able to deliver what we need to have in terms of comprehensive, unified, rightful, single-tier care in the society. We need to put the public health system at the top of the delivery system. We need to have neighborhood assemblies partnered with local public health departments in order to evaluate and monitor and plan and prioritize what needs to be done. We need to have a basic change in the workforce. We need to mobilize hundreds of thousands of people through global budgeting of the post-secondary system for all health workers to provide tuition-free training, which would be a profound investment in people. And those people then would serve through assignment to public locations in urban and rural deserts around the state.
Thank you so much. I'm so sorry to have to interrupt you in the middle of your sentence, but thank you for your comments this morning. Thanks for coming out. Thank you. Next speaker, please come forward. Welcome. Good morning. And please begin.
Hi, good morning. My name is Akil Kashif L, and I'm here this morning to put a few comments on the public record. Mere exposure to information does not assume understanding of the information. Instruction which fails to consult the understanding of our people hinders our ability to apply the information in real life. African Americans already have a defined territory. We already have a permanent population. We are already capable of interacting with other states in a relationship opposite of a puppet government. And if this society's intent is achieving social justice, then there's no harm too big to remedy. I'm less concerned with attacking or defending reparation proposals than with illuminating its ethical, legal, and institutional problems. The elite will attempt to fool you in exchanging your rights for taxable privileges and thereby diminishing your rights. Without the establishment of a true national descent name, the nations of the earth have no lawful nor legal obligation to recognize the heritage, birthrights, and immunities of our people. You cannot inherit that which your ancestors that which is your ancestors if you do not recognize and acknowledge them and bear their national names. In closing, if you buy into their position, expect to be sold some trashy legal argument or reparation proposal without any substance. Thanks.
Thank you. Next speaker, you have 2 minutes. Please speak into the mic.
Yes. Peace. Chris Lawson, lead organizer, acting president, Coalition for a Just and Equitable California.
Hey, Chris.
I'm gonna make this as brief as possible because I got to speak last time yesterday. First, I want to thank each and every single one of you for your work. Even those who are not here today, I want to thank each and every single one of you for your work. Also want to give a shout out to the DOJ staff. I know this is a lot, so thank you so much for your work too. Also want to give a shout out to all of the people around the state who've been busting their butt for 2+ years to make this happen. There is a lot of people who did a lot of work to make this happen. Regular Black folks, as we call ourselves, everyday people who put our time, our energy, our own money into this work. I really want to show you love. I see you. I appreciate you. Those behind me, those listening, thank you so much for your work. To the task force again, thank you for your vote for lineage specificity, eligibility. Yes. Thank you so much. That is, of course, the right thing to do, was the right thing to do, as was stated earlier. And as we all know, all Black people reparations is illegal. All Black people reparations is unconstitutional. This is not that, and we are not doing that. Thank you also for your vote for the Freedmen Affairs Agency as well. Also, continue to fight and do more as much as you can to fight the mis and disinformation that is going on out there. There's a lot of that. Lastly, I want to say a few things here, a couple of things here about guarantees of non-repetition. Universal policies, all Black people policies are actually a continuation of the harm. That's the opposite of non-repetition, because what happens is, as I said yesterday, when you do something for everybody, if you say all rising tides lifts all boats, we don't have a boat. We actually in the water drowning. So when the tide rises, we drown more. No universal policies, no race-based policies. Be bold. Be strong. Be courageous. Take a stand. Just for us, Descendants only. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lodson. Next speaker, please come forward and speak into the mic. That should be...
Yes. My name is Mark Mesger.
No.
I'm a lifelong California resident, and I find myself in a very unique position. I had a great-grandfather who took a bullet during the Civil War as a Union soldier to stop slavery. And I also have a grandson who is Black. So it takes for about 3 or 4 generations from a white German immigrant taking a bullet as a Union soldier to a Black grandson. I'm not asking for reparation for my grandfather for standing up for what he believed in, and I'm not asking for reparation for my grandson. What I am asking for my grandson and for everybody else's grandchildren or their children, be it Black, white, green, orange, purple. I'm asking for a voucher system. The voucher system gives the parents and the student the right to get an education that is deserving for them. The money, each child and their parents, the money would follow them. We are spending approximately $15,000 a year for public education. Let the parents, let the student take that voucher system for 12 years, from kindergarten to high school. Let the money itself, it will not cost us taxpayers. It won't cost us nothing because we are already spending it. It is time to educate our children, all colors, all colors. We start there. It's a great step forward. I appreciate it. I want to say I'm very impressed with the number of people who are very, very concerned about this. I don't understand some of the problems that the Black community has lived with.
I'm
But I-
sorry, your time is up,
But
but
I
thank you
am a
for
strong
coming out.
proponent of the voucher system to
Why are
educate
you
all of our
there?
children
Thank you.
equally.
Thanks for
Thank
coming out. All right, next we should have, we're still in numbers 1 through 5. Ms. Davis and Owens, I'm sorry. Thank you so much for being patient.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Ann Davis, and I'm a part of a movement that just started. I just want you to listen in. Oh, hold on. I'm a part of a movement, Attention Red and Blue, or Black Voters for Sale. It was a bill that was introduced to Congress called H.R. 40 in 1989 that sat dormant for 33 years. We had 9 presidents during that time who did nothing about that. That bill just expired in December of 2022.
Blacks feel like they're owed reparations. The institution of slavery was constitutionally and statutorily sanctioned by the U.S. government, rendering America indebted to African Americans. There's a multitude of organizations fighting for reparations. Our goal is to form one powerhouse, empowered to execute change by denouncing the aftermath of slavery and hold the government accountable for atrocities committed against our people. It's time for reparative justice for African Americans. Stand up for reparations and make our voices heard. Know your words, make your vote count. My vote is for sale.
That being said, I encourage this committee in California and all the other committees across the nation to join forces to one powerhouse directed to the federal government, because that's who owe us reparations.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Next speaker should be, last name's Owens? Owen, yes, please come forward. Good morning.
Yeah, my name is Wally Owens.
But go ahead and speak and try to speak into the mic.
Stack Force, thank you for Stack Force. But yeah, we need this. Jobs and
What to say?
Houses going up, gas going up, everything going up. So we need this now. This now.
Nervous or something.
Without this, save everything. Homeless and everything out here. We need to do something about it. So that's my time. That's it.
Thank you. Thanks for showing up today. Let's see. Okay, now we'll go to the next group. Norma Haywood. Let's see. Laura Ochfin, number 8. It's basically 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. If you have one of those numbers, please come forward, line up, and we should first be hearing from Ms. Hayward.
Good morning again. I was asked yesterday after I got through speaking, how did I find my grandmother's, my 4th great grandmother's experience of being a slave in her own words. What I did, I Googled my last name. I remember what my father told me about our family and our family name, what it was before we was kidnapped and brought over here. I Googled my last name here. I Googled my last name Haywood. And then I found my great-grandmothers on the slaves list. And then I found her in all the volumes. It's called Narratives of Slaves. So you can go to Narratives of Slaves. It's in the Library of Congress. Well, as I sit here, I hear everyone talking about what we deserve, what we don't deserve. I'm looking at this baby, right? Look at this baby. They took our babies and fed them to the alligators. You can't put a price on this baby's head.
Right.
When they blew off my uncle's head in front of my grandmother who was 6 years old, there's no price for it. But just look at this baby here. They took those babies and fed them to the alligators. You can't put a price on that. I'm just tired of the Karens and the Kens.
Right. Yeah.
Thank you. Thanks for coming out this morning. Next speaker, please. Please come to the mic. It should be number 7, number 8, number 9, and number 10. Thank you. Good morning. Thanks for your patience.
Good day. My name is Omo Lara Odofin, and I thank everybody for being here. I just want to start off by reading this. Pope Sixtus via Papal Bull. The Papal Bull issued by Pope Sixtus via documents positive show social progress between the Papal States and Italy, Jewish communities in the 16th century. Sixtus V granted Jews full civic rights in this bull and empowered them to establish schools and build synagogues. And the people reduced their taxes and were pardoned for various crimes, considering the harsh treatment that the Jews endured during the Renaissance. Those Jews were my color. These atrocities have been happening because of what the papal bulls have done. They recently, maybe before COVID, apologized to the Black nobility. If you guys see these flags behind you with the fringes around them, this is war on the people with the spikes. This is the crown of Rome that they have always been paying allegiance to. And the third United States is the one with the post office on top of it, guys. We have to take accountability that we're dealing with 3 United States, Department of Justice, you guys know what I'm talking about. And we need to have transparency. If we're going to get anything done in this reparations movement, we need transparency and proper education of the people, because this war on the people, we have been disabled deliberately. And there is a Disabilities Act that will also help this Reparations Act to enforce the continuous disabling of the people. Not only white people, Mexican people, Chinese people, we all are the same people. But there was a study done by the American Institute Society of all these great scientists from Harvard and everywhere, and they discovered that the DNA of a melanated person has 9 series. They've known this forever. We're geniuses. The white man, the Mexican man, the Chinese man, they have 6 series in their DNA. They are a little less genius than the 9 series.
I'm so
Just
sorry
like
to
the
cut you off
orangutan,
in the
the
middle of
monkey, and the
your
chimpanzee.
sentence.
So
But
please.
thank you so much for coming out today. Thank you. Thank you. All right, next we should be Miss Royal. Please speak into the mic. Good morning.
Hi, good morning. Thank you. My name is Royal Bassett. Thank you. My name is Royal Bassett. 1 Peter 2:9. And Bassett is French, the last name of our former slave owners. First, I would like to honor my ancestors who are now Black angels for the opportunity to be heard today. I think it will be wonderful if we start with legislation, since this system began with legislation. I already proposed 3 out of 4 bills for this legislative calendar, which were all denied by the state of California due to its max capacity, whereas I would have to wait for the following legislative year. Granny's Law, a bill to protect women from discrimination in the healthcare system. Valerie's Promise, a bill to protect women, showing special attention to Black women who are denied CT scans due to the belief in the medical system that we don't feel pain. Zion's Dream, to teach the youth through a writing workshop called Write Your Pain, about the legislative process and how difficult it is to pass laws for Black people and people of color. And lastly, Mary and Joseph's Law, to protect Christians from religious persecution in school, work, and government. I would like to personally thank the Reparations Task Force for all that they do, and I will continue to do my part for my people as well. Thank you for saying we do need reparations, because slavery was wrong, and there are lasting effects on us. But we are all children of God and deserve to see the goodness of the Lord in the land of the living. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for coming out today. All right, next we go to the next 5 speakers. Jonathan Burgess, Ms. Johnson, Mr. and Ms. Johnson. 11, if you have 11, 12, 13, 14, or 15. So Pearlie Barton, Reggie Roman, and Bishop Williams. Romain, thank you. Thanks for the correction. Good morning.
Good morning. Members of the task force, you guys heard my twin brother speak earlier. I'm going to read something. Seems like education's big around here, and hopefully this gentleman can get this to his great grandson or his grandson. My 4th great grandfather is a white man. He's a slave owner. I got this last year regarding Coloma. It says, I'm a Marshall Gold Park Rangers daughter, and I grew up in Coloma in a park home right next to the Thomas House on High Street. I spent my childhood watching my father give groups of talks, tourists, busloads of students making their way through the park and walking past my house about the wonders of James Marshall and his empire and the wary immigrants who came to the area to find their fortunes in the 1800s. After school, I would lie in the big field near the iron single, sell gel on my back, or pick blackberries from the hills. And on weekends, I would hike the surrounding foothills or swim in the rivers and creeks nearby. I now know every tree, every leaf, every breath in that valley. And I'd never heard of your family, and it's obvious why, Mr. Tamaki. I would absolutely love to help you get this land back. I'm happy to donate, but at least let me know how else I can help. Amy. Amy was a park ranger's daughter. She knows about the land that was taken from my family. And it seems that I go to museums today and I talk about the education. We talk about education, nobody knows about the Black pioneer families. In fact, I got a kid's book, right? The only book that talks about one of the pioneer gold rush, my ancestor actually left an autobiography. I go to museum in historic Folsom, and guess what? The slave man, my great-great-grandfather, is not shown on the wall. He's actually blocked by a piece of wood I can't move. Mr. Tamaki, every other race, we know their trauma. We know their stories. Dr. Grills, we're supposed to be sharing these stories so that people like this man will know the history. The Karens that we talk about that call, right? I can't even be mad at them. You know why? Because they got the same education I got. Okay?
I'm so sorry.
When we start to educate our people,
your
we'll wake
time
them
is up. Please feel free to come back at another meeting or submit your comments in writing. We need to move on to the next speaker.
Thank
but
you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Okay, we should be, the folks who should be lined up have either 12, 13, 14, or 15, a number. Please come and line up. Good morning.
Hi, I'm Fiani Johnson of East Palo Alto, EPA for Reparations. As a descendant of a chattel slave, I come here today to say thank you for your attention into looking for a plan for reparations here in California. However, I am disappointed about us having to argue whether a cash payment is or isn't appropriate for our people. I'm disappointed to know that descendants of this state are unaware of this task force and its workings. The sessions have been an inconvenience to our working class descendants. So again, their voices have been silenced. My forefathers created this country's wealth through chattel slavery, and my brothers and sisters are expanding this country's wealth through mass incarceration. Cash is a part of the repair that we demand redress. We are requesting the money and the land to rebuild the descendant community. I brought my children here today to see how hard descendants have to fight for something that should be our right. There has not been a system designed for descendants that other groups have not benefited from, i.e. affirmative action, which is why our descendant community is here requesting atonement, and you cannot separate atonement and cash. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for showing up. We should have in line, if you have number 13, 14, or 15, please come forward and approach the mic. And good morning. You have 2 minutes, and you may begin, but speak into the mic.
I'm Reggie Romaine, a.k.a. Double R. Get our share. Not only that, I'd like to thank my new defense team. Give it up for the national chairman, Brother Akbar, with the new Black Panther Party. I appreciate you guys. You guys can also listen at us on Black Power Radio, Sundays and Mondays, 5 through 7. Write this number down, 515-605-9889. I would like to put in a motion for land acquisition in April, 2 days to deliberate in LA or the IE at UCLA, at the Bunch Center, whatever, on our water, land, and air rights. Can I get a second? Aye. Okay, pass that. Okay, the UDHR let's see, needs to be made law and legislation. Okay, you guys can watch us from this for 1619, our first interview, 1619 Reparations Party. We was interviewed by, let's see, this was Friday in Chad on politics in Black. Please look at it because it's our political strategies on reparations and many solutions. So I'd like to thank Friday and Chad. Thank you. All right, well, 1percentage.org is the site that you guys can see all the information. I yield back.
Thank you so much for coming out. Bishop Williams, good morning. Please come up and make yourself comfortable and speak into the mic. Thank you.
Good morning to everyone of the task force. Thank God it's a blessing me being here this morning. I want to start by saying that Amos Brown is missing. That's good. Okay, that's real good. And he shouldn't be back, all right? Because I couldn't find my paper to pull him off the task force. And I want to speak on my granddaughter, Shanika Williams, been missing for over 2 years. And there's a lot of racist people here from the press and everything of that nature there. I've been speaking on her from Oakland, San Diego, and here and everything. And the only person that interviewed me was a lady down in, a white lady in San Diego, asked me a question about her, was interested in it, you know. But this task force here, I'm gonna tell you, I can see further than y'all can. Because of, about this $800 million, okay, you know, during the 1800, that was the field niggas and the house niggas. You know what I mean? And I want to know which one of y'all, okay? Because here's what I just like to say. I don't mean no harm. No, please don't get upset with me. You know, I'm a righteous man. I'm a religious man, and I have the Spirit of God in me. God sent me here. Okay. Now, the other $800 million, we might need a new task force before this is over with, because that $800 million, we want to see that money spent on Black peoples, okay? Okay, and I feel that every Black person in California should be paid some money, regardless where they from, okay? Y'all give out money to all the other races, all other peoples coming in this country. You give them our money, part of our money, all the army and everything. All the work, money going overseas to all them people over there in the wars and everything. Part of that money belongs to Black peoples, the army and everything. Part of that money belongs to Black people in the United States. It's time for a truth to be told. You know what I mean? So don't think y'all giving us nothing. You study taking away from us. Study, you know what I mean? So now, I want to say this here, because I'm not ashamed, afraid of nobody, not even the people that's over y'all, that govern everybody else, you know, because me, I'll take the governor court, you know.
Bishop, Bishop, thank you. Thank you so much.
Against the railroad.
Your time is up, but we love to hear from you. The task force loves to hear from you, and thank you for coming out again today. Thank you for coming out again today and sharing with the task force. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, we are ready for our next 5 folks. Let's see, if you have number 16, 17, 18, 19, or 20, please approach the mic. And the first person should be Mr. Davis, or Miss Davis, Frankie Davis Jr. Please come forward. Go ahead and speak into the mic. Good morning.
Greetings, panel. Thank you for your work. Thank you for everybody Thank you for everybody participating in this. This is some important stuff. Just found out about this recently. Well, I've been hearing rumors about it. Yesterday, I had a chance to witness what was going on for myself. And this morning, I was on a webcast and it had some interruptions. So once again, for the people in the audience on the radio cast, my name is Frank Davies. I'm currently at the California Environmental Protection Agency, where I work as an engineer for the last 20 plus years, civil servant. I'm a veteran. I'm a Cal Poly graduate. I was born in Los Angeles, California in 1965, right after the Watts riots, okay? I grew up in LA, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. My family is from Louisiana. So all of this pertains to me. I'll just say this. African Americans, Black people, whatever you want to label us this time, here on the island of destitute, despair, amongst the sea of abundance. That's like to paraphrase Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. I'm just a random, but I am somebody, right? I'm not here with my hands, my hat in my hands begging for anything, because actually, man, I done gave up hope on y'all ever delivering anything to me, and I'm all about helping myself. As you see, I've done quite well. But I'm just here to let my presence be felt and let you see with your own eyes. What about the children? I am the children, but I'm a grown man right now. You can't make me whole. Impossible, right? But so just let that resonate in your mind. If you guys don't step up to the plate, these youngsters out here, they already taking matters into their own hands. So why don't you get a control of the situation before it get out of control?
Thank you. Thanks for
Thank
coming up.
you.
Thank you. All right, next speaker, please. Good morning.
Gratitude to the real rundown boys. Gratitude to my ancestors. And gratitude to you, Bishop, because I'm also here to pick up the dead carcass of Amos Brown. You know, we all know Amos Brown. The coon, the buffoon, the junk jiving, the disrespectful, the lying, the stealing, poverty pimp that he is, who sits in the pulpit and sweats in the house of God. You wanna know why? Because he's the walking devil. You disrespect the ancestors, I'm sorry. We use them as bait now. It is what it is. So, anytime you turn your back on $5 million for the people, you're totally against the people. Flat out, honestly. I wanted to get more about the proposal. I can do that next hearing. It is what it is. So I said what I said, I meant what I said. So he can stay in Africa, where there's that shiki or whatever the case may be, or over with the kids, I don't care what he's doing. He can stay there. They can keep him.
Right, good. Next speaker, please. Good morning. Go ahead and make yourself comfortable. Bring the mic to yourself. All right. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Gail Wilkerson. I'd like to finish up what I didn't yesterday. But first, I'd like to acknowledge the pity party messaging from the Karens and Beckys and the Kens and everybody else we don't care about. This is not Fox News, and we know what's going on with them. I like to say that I was the first student registered and admitted at Hunters Point #1 when it was fresh. I started there, I had my little Navy outfit on. My father took me to school. I was the first one on campus. And 2 hours later, I was still sitting there. A teacher said, "Where does she go? Where does she belong?" I remember this. I'm 5 years old. And to me, that's part of reparation. My parents were steered from San Francisco. I was born in San Francisco, down to East Menlo Park and East Palo Alto, when they could well afford, on the other side, better quality homes. Today, as a real estate broker, I watched as people come into East Palo Alto with literally suitcase of cash, $80,000 to a woman I was supposed to list the house for. most money she ever saw in her life. Her house was worth over $200,000 at that time. But I like to say about people saying about their receiving cash, it's people like her, unknowledgeable, that will be taken advantage of. I like some laws, strong laws put in place that if you take advantage of somebody and steal their reparation money, like they did the 40 acres in the mill, that they'll go to jail. And most of those people are Asians who got their reparation, had enough money to come into East Palo Alto today and take over. Thank you.
Thanks for coming out. Next speaker, please. Good morning.
Yes, my name is Salah Hakuya Chandler, and myself am from San Francisco, California. And myself am thankful for this opportunity to present the reality of the destruction of the Black nation of peoples. There is no excuse for the evil that has taken place, for the dehumanizing of us as a nation of people. The robbing and the stealing of our cultural language, the ceremonial rites to teach our young boys to be men, and for our Black women to be the women that is meant for them to be, and not to address and have not addressed of the disrespect of the femininity as addressing them as hoes, sluts, and tramps, and bees. The uproot of who we are in the Ancient of Days. Before we was enslaved, we was royalty. And you went and you stole America the best. You did not think that we would rise as a nation of peoples. You have called us colored, Black, Negroes, Negras, and all that. We are the ancient Hebrews peoples, which means we are males and females and brews of colors. The bottom line is this. We will get reparations because it's spoken in the sacred scrolls that once the 400 years is over, we will not go empty-handed. But what we have done is put our power into the political system that have built this country in the name of evil. Evil cannot give justice. We are the only nation of people that has the power with the celestial realm to rise and breed the justice. I stand here today in the might of glory of the ancient of where we come from the earth, from the moon, you understand, the waters and the spiritual air. They say that humanity and the Aquarian energy is here. It is here in all of us. And we have awakened to the consciousness. We ask you for nothing. We ask you for nothing. It is ours.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your powerful statement this morning.
And I want to say,
thank you for coming out.
Biden, President Biden,
thank
as
you.
an excuse to promise us what you're going to do. Don't lie and deceive in the political realm.
Thank you.
Don't
We need
lie.
to. Thank you for coming out today and taking the time.
And we would not allow a religious leader to take our position. Spoken concerning all of these African American boys that have been murdered in this country. These young boys can't even take care of themselves. And you have the audacity to want to know why they're robbing and why they're stealing.
Ma'am, thank you so much.
You want to know why
Thank
children
you.
is in the state and you want to go around.
Did they mute her mic?
Mm-mm. I don't know what happened. I don't know what just happened. The FBI is definitely in the building.
Oh, shit. Hold on, Black family. Hold on, Black family.
Thank you so much. We have to go to another person. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Political debate. You want to know why we are suffering, why we on crack cocaine, why the mothers are being abused. You want to know why, and you look down on us.
Lord have mercy. Jesse. You the comments.
going to say this. You have not put in for a state of emergency for all these Black children that are murdered in this country, and you have the nerve to go support every other country. How dare you? I speak truth. We put an hour and 2 minutes on a suffrage that we have been going from generation to generation. This cannot be discussed. We need to make this a national and an international emergency to deal with the pain and the suffrage.
Okay,
Now,
thank you.
no more tomorrow. Now, give us what's ours.
Yeah.
I'm a promise you.
All right, thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
Thank you so much.
All right.
And she is going to make sure that we get what's rightfully ours.
All right,
Many
we
of
have
you
lots of,
been comfort
we
with
have
your
more folks
paycheck.
who want to
Many
speak.
of you have taken your position.
Thank you.
Many of you have made yourself
Right.
professionals. Many of you added doctors to your name, and there's no healing around here. Let's have an understanding. Let's have an understanding to the reality of what's going on. I speak the truth. I carry no guns. I carry no knives, but I carry my soul. I see the injustice that's happening to my people, and you can't put a price on it. Are you understanding me?
Thank you.
Thank you.
We have to hear from other people, but we really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Next.
Y'all heard that.
All right, we should, whoever has number 20, please come forward. If number 20 is not here, let's move on to folks who have number 21, 22, 23, 24, or 25. I'm sorry.
My name is Yasmin Abdusami.
Please speak into the mic. Good morning.
Good morning. I just want to say that we have a lot of trauma in our community around this, all of this, and we got to listen to the people. That's very important, and everything everyone has to say is so important. So thank you. I would like to speak about the language being used during this hearing. I hear several of the task force members and other presenters speaking about race-based harm, race-based solution, and racial equity. And I think that some of you are missing the point. Last year, this task force, almost to the day, voted for 5-4 for lineage-based repair. 5-4 for lineage-based repair. Can we specifically focus on the descendant community, on the harms experienced by the descendant community? Can your language reflect the specific harm that has been done to the descendant community? It is the will of this task force and the will of the people that reparations be lineage-based in California and across the nation. I know that we come from ideologies and organizations that focus on race-based repair, but for the purposes of this bill, can we please focus on the descendant community? Yesterday, a sister called in on behalf of the California Black Power Network to advocate against lineage-based reparations. California Black Network is a fine organization that does good work, but they are yet another anchor organization associated with this task force that does not believe in lineage-based reparations. These anchor organizations are not advocating for lineage-based reparations, and they are not promoting lineage-based reparations. That's why descendant people in California don't know about AB 3121. So I'm here to say, if you do not believe in lineage-based reparations, step down. If you do not believe in lineage-based reparations, disassociate your organization from this task force, because we are focused on the repair for descendants. Leave the money for organizations that believe in lineage-based repair. Don't take money from this project if you don't believe. I would also like to say thank you to CJEC and ARC for your continued commitment and education for lineage-based reparations.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your patience this morning, and thank you for coming out. Next speaker should be Constance French, and then Thomas Williams, and Darlia Woodards, and Miss Joyce, and Ronnie Lopez. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for your work. Yes, Constance French is the name that the owners gave me. So as an African person from the continent of Africa, which they named that too. But anyway, when you came across the water, I became Constance. Okay, Chinese woman, she comes across the water. Chinese, Chinatown. There's no argument. You probably went to the Chinese parade. Fine. So we're sitting here, and I want to remember, I thank everybody for coming. We have to have unity of purpose. You come up and you say your stuff, but remember unity of purpose so we can get something done for the grandchildren and great-grandchildren, okay? That's the most important thing, y'all. Ego aside, no matter how strong, I have Buddhist, Church of God in Christ, Church of God over Christ, Muslim, all kind of Muslim friends. But we still have a basic friendship. You know, we're not fighting and arguing and just tearing each other. Oh, no, your God is better than my God. You know, we have to have that. Now, back to this thing over here. Okay, I tried to say one statement on one thing. So to Becky, I want to just a simple thing, because a lot of us don't even know that. George Washington Carver has a plaque and all that stuff, a name thing for saving the American economy. Becky, Ken, and your mama, he saved the American continent, the country economy, okay? So go back and look into real history. We talk about education. Go back and look and see what he did. And you castrated him. So yeah, we need repair. And I'm with you. I'm so proud of Yasmin, the young lady that just came up before. She is my hope. Okay, I'm 76. Okay, she's the next thing. And she's always educating us. So she reminds me to say Descendants. So at any rate, so I'm very proud of her and proud of you. Oh my goodness, here we go. The time is gone.
Time is up. So sorry, but
up.
thank you so much for coming
okay.
up.
I want to just say one more
Feel
thing.
free to submit your comments in writing.
Okay.
We do have several people behind you, and we're trying to be fair to everyone.
Yeah, that is true. We do need to be fair to
But
everyone.
thank you.
But thank you so very much.
Thank you. All right. Next speaker, please speak into the mic, and remember you have 2 minutes. So we all appreciate it. Good morning.
Good morning. Honorary to my dad, Bishop Williams. I'm here representing King and Warriors. 400 years, the seed been planted. 400 years, been waiting for the people. 400 years of depressing time. Our harvest of being paid have finally arrived. Now is the time. We've been waiting long enough. Our prayers are right on time. God answers prayers. Release the wealth. People, we're coming out. What God has for us, God has written and set us, delivered and set us free. Task force release is all to the people. You cannot hold on to what not yours. Give it all to the people what is due. To the people, for the people. Reparation, not for education, not for community. Reparation is for the people. Let's reap the harvest. Missing Black people don't get media press. Never. Missing press don't find Black people. My daughter's been missing for 2 years. Shanika Williams, bring my daughter home. In Sacramento, my daughter was missing for 2 years. I filed a police report with the sheriff department. Nobody did nothing for 2 years. Where has the community gone? White person been on the media missing. They've been on the press for 1 day to be on the media. Support the harvest reparation. Bring my daughter Shanika home. Now is the time. Now is the time. Let God bring you home. Fight, fight, fight. Amen.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Next should be Darlia Woodards and Shakila Joyce. Good morning.
Good day and shalom, everyone. Hope all is well. My name is actually Shakila Joyce, and I'm born and raised in Fresno, California. So I drove all the way down to be with you this morning. So I grew up in a broken impoverished Black community. Growing up, I grew up during the crack epidemic. I just have to say this, our people do not own planes, we don't own trains, we don't own any airplanes or ships or anything like that. So this was an attack upon our people, modern day slavery, if you will. It broke up our family for many generations. So I am here to stand, to be the voice for generations before me, generations after me. My question is, why do Black communities lack proper resources, funding, housing, mental health opportunities within our country, within this country? And the reason why I say this country is because our ancestors helped build this country. Our ancestors are the ones who built the White House, if you will. So why do we have to struggle so hard with education and different things, different disparities? Again, this is another attack upon our people, and this is modern day slavery. We constantly deal with police brutality, broken families, etc. My question is, where do we really stand in all of this? I am tired of marching. I'm tired of the press. I'm tired. I'm sick and tired of being sick and tired. So my question is, where do we stand? Where's the resources? And when do we really overcome? Is this going to be just another meeting for propaganda or for social media purposes? We need something to be done here. And if I have to keep traveling from Fresno back here to Sacramento at the state capitol, I will do so. But I am here again, standing for generations before me, generations after me. Okay. Many blessings to you all. Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for driving up to Sacramento this morning. Right. This should be Darlia. Good morning.
Grand Rising. So my name is Dorlia.
Come on, baby. Come on, baby. Go ahead.
Okay, you got this. Come on, honey. Come on. Let's go. Hello, my name is.
Hello, my name is Dorlia. My great grandparents were an Aboriginal women and freemen, enslaved freemen who planted roots in California as sharecroppers. My family is through all of California, from the north to the south borders. We are so deep that we don't even know it. And that part of the separation is the separation of Black families. I am homeschooled due to the fact that I was given an opportunity to get away from being humiliated, bullied, and beaten, not only from the students, but from the teachers and staff. It has been a struggle of being a Black girl in California. And as our ancestor, Miss Fannie Lou Hamer, said, we are tired of being tired. My great-great-great-grandfather was freed as a child at about 7 years old. I can't even imagine running around in sugarcane, cotton, tobacco crops, and clueless to who I am, nor having education. We Black people are about 7% of the state's population. Now imagine what it's like to be one of the few Blacks in the school, unless you're in the inner city. There is no self-identity or self-awareness in public schools, and if so, you're being bullied. I'm an entrepreneur, and as a Black seventh-generation Californian, I am barely getting out of the mud. I'm thinking about my lineage and how my great-great-great-grandchildren are going to be benefited off any proposed reparations. In our homeschool, we are taught about Black economics. Where are the credit unions going to be at? Where are our own hospitals going to be at? Where are our schools going to be at? How and will school benefit? Homeschooling is important, especially for Black children, to know ourselves. We come from greatness, we are greatness, and to greatness we shall return.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for coming out. It is now 11:10. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7
Good day,
people.
everybody.
Good morning.
Good morning. My government name's Rodney Lopes,
Okay.
but I'm Sonny Blue Bland. I'm a blues singer, and I got the blues real bad. And I just, I appreciate what everybody's doing, but I just think there's a bunch of bull right now. And it's like, you ain't gonna bust a grape in golf shoes. This is all just running through the motions, a red tape thing. No, man, come on, put something down. Put something on the wood right now. I didn't wait till tomorrow. Wait till the next meeting. A bunch of bull. And my dad said it real. My dad was Bobby Blue Bland, the great Mr. Bobby Blue Bland. He said, ain't no love in the heart of the city. And that's exactly what it is. Ain't no love in the heart of the city. And you guys are doing what you got to do, but don't be part of the problem and not part of the solution.
Chair Moore, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 people, and it is 11. Should we call them up?
Yes.
All right. The next 6 folks: Douglas Oliver, Brenda Barrows, Vader, Jamila Land, Ty Wilson, Andrea Jordan. Please line up, and we really appreciate you respecting the 2 minutes. Thank you and good morning, and you may begin. Oh, let's see, your mic is not, can you?
Douglas Oliver.
There you go. All right, you may begin.
First off, I believe reparations in the form of cash is a setup.
Yeah.
They gonna get it. Half the people don't know how to do taxes. 2 years from now, that money could be right back where it came from based on bad filing of taxes. Seems to me, free health care, free education, tax exempt status, land allocation, and a check could have longevity. As far as this lineage thing and how you determine who gets it, why is it all of a sudden discrimination? It wasn't no discrimination when I was falsely imprisoned in this state. I've been here 40-something years. I've been falsely imprisoned, and I've lived with the consequences of being a convicted felon in this state. So again, when we make our money, 40% of it is gone in tax. We get taxed when we earn it. We get taxed when we spend it. I don't know how much it costs California, how much money you got to print to get free education. I don't know how much money you got to print for land allocation. I don't know how much money you got to print for free health care. But it seems to me like that would benefit a long time and a lot of people. So that's all I got.
Thank you. Thank you so much for taking your time. Next speaker, you have 2 minutes. Please begin.
Hi, my name is Brenda Barrows. I'm here representing Black workers. I haven't heard much conversation what's going on in the workplace, but there are many, many abuses that go on in the workplace that are not being addressed. So you can give me a job, but if I get on that job and I'm abused the whole time I'm there, what have you really given me? You given me a little bit of money, but the consequences and the things I've seen, because I'm a union person, I represent people. We have an issue in San Francisco that we've been pushing really hard about Black workers, because people's health are involved in this. I've seen people get sick and pretty much die almost based on stresses put on their lives. And they don't have mental health. They don't support you. The EEO system in this country is a joke. It doesn't help us. And it needs to be reformed. So I hope whatever form of reparations you do, it includes the redoing of the current EEO system, which does not protect us. It does not. I've never seen in the city of San Francisco one case ever where they decided on the side of the employee. So you know that's a corrupt system. And it's not meant to protect us. It's meant to protect them from us speaking up about the problems and the things they're doing to us. And retaliation is real. When you speak up on these jobs, you pay a price for it. And there needs to be laws in place to stop that too. The current laws do not work. So please fix it.
Thank you. Thanks for coming out today. Okay, Vader, good morning.
Man, Rob Bonta, a non-Black American, wants to speak, take our time, and he can't get his Justice Department to come here and tell the truth to the people. And this task force, I'm watching them, they don't resonate with the things that the people resonate with. The people are out here clapping for what they hear up on this mic, and these people are just unaffected. But they'll let Rob Bonta take our time to talk about Legolas, a mythical, elf? Is he named his dog after? Well, let's talk about the myths that the Justice Department doesn't know how many Black Americans are sitting in their prisons. They don't know how many Black Americans that they unjustly put in those prisons. They don't know how many Black Americans that they unjustly over-police. They don't have any numbers, and this panel lets Rob Bonta come up in here like he's saving something. He's the AG. Make the Justice Department come here and tell the truth about the discrimination against Black Americans.
All right.
Yeah.
Next speaker, good morning. You have 2 minutes.
Good morning. This is Andrea Jordan, and I'm here today for the liberation of my people. I want to address the Miss Karen that called yesterday and said that she was an immigrant and said, why should she have to pay? Her coming to America,
Yeah.
of her choosing, coming to America, living the American dream has been based on our nightmare.
Right.
And that's why there's no place for us to run. We already know what the problem is. What is the solution? The solution is liberation. I heard the lady up here that said that she was an attorney in Los Angeles and said that she saw the cages and it had taken her back 300 and 400 years. I want to say the whole entire system needs to be dismantled, because when my ancestor, Maya Angelou, said, when someone shows you who they are, believe them. All right, and there's no place for they've wiped out everything in the system has to come down, because all facets, they've weaponized everything against us. Everywhere, there's no solace for us. Everything has been weaponized. The water, every single thing, the language, the laws, everything has been weaponized against us. And true liberation starts with money. Because when we walk outside this door, there are people, I tried to get 20 people to come here today. But the wall of shame out there with all the attempts for reparations. It started years ago. Nobody believes this. Make this real. Put something in our pocket. Liberate us. All right? You've enslaved us. They've done everything that they could do.
Right.
It's not right. We know the problems. Fix it. Fix it.
Thank you. Thank you so much. All right, I believe this is our last speaker. Good morning. Feel free to adjust the mic.
For the tall person in the room.
Good morning. Good morning.
So, good afternoon. My name is Jamelia Land. First and foremost, I want to acknowledge every person in the room. And I want to tell you that your collective pain is in fact valid and it is felt.
Yes, ma'am.
I want to say thank you to every last one of you who have taken on the Herculean effort of this conversation and this movement. I stand before you today to address something that I have heard tad bits of, but I really want to get into it. So one of the areas that you as a task force is looking at is the harm that has been caused by mass incarceration in this state. First and foremost, I want to give a special shout out to Camilla Moore. Thank you for being brave enough to walk into a maximum security prison back in December, along with myself and others, and have that conversation about the true nature of reparations. You see, because at the core of the word is repair. Repair for the harm that has been caused. Number one, California is the largest carceral state in the union. We have over 70 factories, AKA plantations, built into our prison system. Do you know that in the state of California, it costs over $100,000 a year to incarcerate an adult and over $300,000 a year to incarcerate a juvenile? Did you know that in the state of California, you pay 55% of your income? I'll give you an example. My husband was incarcerated. He served 24 years. He is also the author of the proposal that became ACA 3 last year, which is now ACA 8 this year, the End Slavery in California Act. And for those of you who do not know or believe that slavery is in fact still real, I'm gonna go ahead and give you a little sample of that. You see, the state of California in its penal code, section 2700, has codified that slavery is in fact legal. Paraphrase here basically states that inside of every prison in the state of California, every able-bodied person is to give as many hours every day faithfully for labor.
I'm sorry. Thank you.
Okay, I'll be brief.
Thank you so much.
So, for example, we talk about public safety. We talk about the necessity for our incarcerated people to work and how it helps keep down recidivism, how it helps to pay for victim services and restitution. Final example. My husband was incarcerated 24 years. His last job, he made 74 cents per hour. They took 55%. When he went into the system in the late 1990s, he got a bill for $36,000. 24 years later, 2 months after being released, he got a bill for $34,000. Take that into consideration. He was not able to pay $2,000 in restitution after being incarcerated for a total of 24 years.
Thank you. Thank you so much for coming out today. Thank you, everyone who called in, everyone who came in and gave your powerful testimonies. That concludes public comment today. If you have other comments, feel free. There are 2 more meetings, and then also you can also submit your comments in writing, always at reparationstaskforce@doj.ca.gov. I will now turn the meeting back over.
This is the ending. This is part 1. We're gonna get to part 2, but we don't have time to go through all that.
They didn't start reading anything that they came up with after that.
They did, but we don't have time to get to that.
Oh.
I just want to hear the public comment and the phone calls. So yeah, what did y'all think about that Black family? These damn OTBs calling in, trying to derail the conversation, trying to bring up all these other groups. These other groups are still benefiting from slavery. Like, why would you waste our time with that madness? So yeah, like I was saying in the comments, this was a spectacle. This is what I think this was the 12th hearing, and it was a spectacle. Well, what are your thoughts, Lady Che?
I don't think white people should be there at all. Period. I don't think white people or any other OTBs anything other than Black and foundational Black Americans should call in at all. I really don't. And as far as all the Karens and the Kens and everybody who cooning up there too, their comments say, Nita, you're just in the way.
Right.
Sit it down. This is the Descendants' time to collect a fucking blood owed debt.
Yep.
Period. I also think that 2 minutes sometimes just isn't enough time, and what they don't factor in is that there's a lot of traumatic experiences going on.
Yeah.
Even this is a traumatic experience. Just getting up and speaking, because what you see is a lot of held in,
Frustration.
repressed fucking thoughts of a fucking life of systemic and just racist, just basically being victims of white supremacy and racism. Period.
Or that's the only racism.
Well,
Just say it like it is.
Yeah, or do I just
Racism, white supremacy.
Racism, white supremacy. What did I say? How did I say it? White supremacy, racism?
Yeah.
Huh, my bad. Racism and white supremacy. What was wrong with that?
I mean, there's only one form of racism, and that is white supremacy.
That's what I just said.
No, you said racism and white supremacy.
I forgot. I just took out the white. I took out the and. Huh?
Yeah.
That's what I've been saying it. I meant to say racism, comma, white supremacy.
No, there's no comment. It's
Well, Jesus Christ,
really
Jesse.
all together. Racism,
No,
white
right,
supremacy.
because it's just, you know what I mean. Wait, race. Oh God, guys. One more again.
Racism, white supremacy.
Racism, white supremacy.
There you go.
Why can't I say and?
Because it's
Same shit.
no, it's not the same.
Why not?
Just like when you put but behind something, it's not the same.
Why not?
Because it's just not. Okay, so
Okay, I get it now. I get it. Thank you. I get it. I understand now. So quietly, it made sense. I understand now. Racism, white supremacy.
there you go.
White supremacy, racism. Either way, there's a lot of that, and for a lot of victims of racism, white supremacy, and it shows. That in itself is traumatic for everybody. And speaking on what they know, feel, have experienced, families experience, and plus it's not a fucking myth. It's encoded in your DNA.
Right.
So yeah, everybody's going through it very differently, very loudly, and that in itself is a harm. Well,
Yeah, so we'll keep y'all updated. I believe the next hearing is going to be this month in April, so we'll keep y'all posted on that, and we're going to keep y'all updated on what's happening with AB 3121, and as California does, so does the rest of the nation. So definitely keep your eyes on this, and this is coming to a state near you. So I'm going to move us on to the next topic. I wish Shabaka was able to join us because he had a whole lot he wanted to say about this hearing. Well, we don't really have time to get to that, so.
I'm not good enough today to just sit with you guys.
No, you are. You're good. I'm
I
sure.
really glad that you are replacing me.
I'm just exhausted. So we got the East High School Town Hall meeting on gun and youth violence at New Hope Baptist Church this past Tuesday. And I gotta locate the video. So while I'm locating the video, Lady Che, tell the people what happened at East.
A young man allegedly shot two deans, and then it came out in other news, a principal and vice principal. In other news, we don't know. I don't know which one is which because I wasn't really following it when you listen to the DPS board members speak. Now, sometimes I'm interested, sometimes I'm not. Only for the simple fact that I think they're lying. So, but either way, the young man allegedly shot these two individuals. They both lived. They got out. They're well. They're gonna be all right. They're gonna be all right. The young man went on a little mission. Left the city. Basically went out past Arvada, right? Towards Arvada.
We went out toward the foothills.
Yeah, then he went and kind of like went to this little white area like it's called Bailey, right?
Yeah, down 285.
And he gets parked his car. They were looking for it for a long time, pretty much all night. He gets to park his car. But what the news said, you know, a young man got out of his car, walked a good 100 feet or so, and then killed himself. Couldn't find a weapon. Right? Couldn't find a weapon, right?
Yeah.
And you know, within that earlier, you know, while the young man was on this mission out of the city, the kids were being slowly let out of school. This earlier when the shit happened. This school, East High School. I'm 43. I remember when that school was not so white, at all. Now it is just seeing white people. They were very angry. They were all upset. They wanted answers. They were demanding answers. They were crying. They were in the chief's face. The mayor came an hour into it. The fucking superintendent gave the little speeches. The mayor tried to comfort the people. The chief took that shit like a G. He had all them Karens around him yelling in his face. And then they wanted answers, and they held like three protests at the Capitol. And there was
they had the walkouts.
Yeah, walkouts. I'm not conflicted. I had my feelings when the shit was going on. I was saying that this type of you know, when it happens at a school, black kids in school, you know, the parents could be asking for the same shit and nothing fucking happens. You know, they don't make no media presence really. It seemed like
this is the New Hope Baptist Church.
So much shit. I think I stayed home. I think I could go.
I'm out there. I'm out there. Restart the computer. Okay, it should be sharing now.
I'm really proud of. I really I'm thankful that.
We're teaching our children how to be consistent.
Visiting his shit.
That's the biggest issue, not just in terms of business.
You feel that that's a good man. He's not like Chief Payson or anything like that.
Right, you know, I'm excuses for everything.
I want
to in this country. We have the skill to do it. Whether or not we have the will. It doesn't take any money to have the will.
I always feel this way, like
with our children, we know that
there's kind of like a little show out.
Teaching our children the truth about American history.
It's never not consistent.
It is horrible when we really know the kidnapping and the rape and the murders that happened with people who were captured in Africa.
That's
the murder and the rape and the robbery, not the theft of land, but the robbery of land of people who are now.
All right, so Black family trying to find a seat. This is literally standing room only. And I know everybody on
hard time with that. So how can our children?
Right now, Dr. P. Anthony, the psychologist, black psychologist from Carl Springs, is speaking. Shout out to him. He was featured in I want to say a 9 News interview about the SROs.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that part. Yeah, go ahead, baby. I'm sorry. I apologize. Go ahead.
The video's freezing up. I'm about to restart the whole computer.
Show running, you can't do that.
As long as you're in the studio, I can.
Okay, let me get on this thing real quick. Okay.
All right.
Go ahead, baby. I'm sorry.
I can't do anything because the computer done froze up.
All right, hold on a second.
I just need to get in the studio. So
Get in there.
Children begin to function better within their social sphere unless we are able to really provide some very clear expectations and guidelines and support and love about their development. We're not doing that as we should. We're focused on guns. Guns kill people, but people carry the guns. We have to deal with the other end of the problem as well. Not one or the other, but both.
I'm gonna send you the video so you can play it.
Oh, okay. All right, I can't do it.
As a behavioral economist, I started thinking about the organization
I have to
that
restart
is
the whole
supposed to
computer.
control this.
It's freezing up.
Alcohol, firearms, tobacco, and explosives. There is a department that is supposed to handle that. And I also sort of looked at the revenue that's generated by each of those. All in the tens of billions of dollars.
How much more can I
And
set right
I
here?
don't think we're against big business. Big business.
So I get front row feet, y'all.
And
Okay, I see you, Lady J. I'm send you this link. Okay.
Now, I've been taking a little time to look at all this structure.
I can't even see the time stamp.
Rationalize the behavior of people killing people. And it reminds me of something that
All right, this look.
I do provide. The love of money is the root of all evil. And when you think about what is motivating
Share on the tablet.
of the killing, it may not be the mass
Hold on,
shooting.
like,
That's a whole different utility. But when you look at it from a capitalistic perspective, and you compare it to other types of murder,
You got an option.
it's quite rational behavior. I hate to say that.
Well, I don't even got an option to do it.
Why would I say that? Because the young men with whom I speak,
You didn't reset it yet, right?
No.
Where's the tab?
It just completely froze up.
Where's the computer? The laptop?
I put it back in the bag.
Let me see real quick. Yeah, just turn it on and turn it on and put it on the thing real fast. And I'll just go through the rest of your shit. Just do it there. Because you have to say the link out, so it's on the link, on the messenger link. 1 second, family. Technical difficulties. Yeah, I forgot to say they want police back in the schools. We have different thoughts about that.
After the Austin Lyle situation.
So when the little boy, I don't know, they said he killed himself. We don't believe it. So I don't believe it. I personally do not believe it. Because I don't think you would get out your whip and do that. If you had plenty of time, if you wanted to bump yourself up, could have did that at school. You did that at home. You could have did that anywhere. And it's cold in them hills. I would not be getting out just to shoot yourself and then where'd the weapon go?
Right.
Right. I mean, I would rather do that to listen to some tunes and be warm and toasty and cry and shit in my car if I was going to do all that, and the weapon would still be there. So I don't believe it. I don't think we would think, well, there was white people all in the know, SWAT and everything was driving up there. So yeah, we happen to think that there's some, we have, in my opinion, I said we, I mean I have different thoughts, and I don't think he killed himself. So.
Log in. It's on the list going to work.
1 second, fam.
It completely froze up.
Hold on a second. How much dropped it? Hold on a second, family. Yes, sir.
Lady Che is logging on the computer.
You didn't get it, right? I got it. Just give me 1 second. It's not gonna shut down if I don't do it right now, right?
If I leave the studio, then.
Oh, let's see. Go ahead, baby. Go ahead, plug it in real quick.
Are you on the computer?
Yeah, plug it in real quick, right? So you do it so you're not distracted. Hold on. Okay, just hold on a second. One second.
And now it will stack, right? That's weird. The computer. Okay, I see you later, T. I'm gonna add you and I'm gonna start the computer.
We got technical little difficulties going on right here. We're working on it. Yeah, working on it. Sorry about the try the camera work. Yeah. So just the computer, we had to plug it in, and then all of a sudden it just went dark. Because I can't share from the tablet, and we have to reset this shit real fast on the computer. I have no idea why. We should be able to share it. It shouldn't be acting up. I don't understand. Is it on Facebook or is it just it's not in YouTube. It's on YouTube? You want to try to share it for YouTube? Or you video. Yeah, so they want to put some segregated schools. There's been a whole bunch of talk. The 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 school board leaders, a couple of them have been in some places, trying to get support. And what trips me out is that the whites have had their way. That's what trips me out. They're so outraged. And then what they forget or what they're villainized is this young man who allegedly uh, shot these two adults. And they try to villainize him, and they forget that, you know, he's a student and he's a young black man. He was going through a whole bunch of stuff. Um, but we don't know too much about the young man because the media and no one's really talking about it. So, you know, kind of want to know more about the young man versus, and I really want to know why he capped him. I have questions. But I don't think so, but you let them tell it, they just feel like they everything's so unsafe. This and that. And, there's so much outrage and then they do this protesting and like 3 days of it. Everybody wants answers. Well, they want the answers. I just feel like when we ask for answers, we don't get nearly half the news media time, and we definitely don't get no motherfucking answers. And I'm pretty sure they're not gonna let us all up in the state in the capital. What's it, the capital, baby? Where they went to go protest, or the state capital, right? They're not gonna let us all up in there. Oh, hold on a sec. Hold on a sec. Saying like a lady. Hold on. They're not gonna let us all in there. In fact, they're gonna have the police out there. And we're not going up in the building. Think we're all going up in the building? No, but they let them up in the building, right? No way that would they let black people up in the building like that. No, I didn't think so. I mean, I've seen it really relatively happen. Hold on a sec, family. I gotta adjust. Jesse got the camera pointing on me, and I'm not sitting quite like a lady right now. So just 1 second. Okay. Get up. Hold on a second. Hold on. All right, family. Sorry. Put this down for a second. Let me get out of this.
to provide a forum for our boys and girls to bare their souls. And I have concluded that it's easier to bare your soul.
Oh, sorry. I apologize, Kelly. My fault. Oh, I had to share the volume on the first time. I apologize. That was definitely. Oh,
Okay, it's echoing like really bad. Muted on your end.
Yeah.
It's still here. Mute the computer. The volume on the computer.
Everything's muted. It's all muted.
To an old black man and an old white woman if you're black. And I'm not calling you old, but I am calling you old. And so as we look at it, understand this.
Better right now, right?
We're coming at it from a capitalistic perspective. Guns are big business. And we're not talking necessarily legal. So getting rid of the guns is one thing, but you know, things have a way of going underground. So the best that I can say is that there are so many different stories relative to the types of crimes that are committed with guns. And if we're looking at our children, we need to provide a way for individuals to enter into the field of mental health without jumping through all of these hoops. I'm trained in a lot of things, but I'm gonna tell you, when I'm dealing with those kids, I feel like a grandma, auntie, all of that. I got the degrees, but they really don't touch the souls of these children as much as them being able to see themselves in me. And me being able to be comfortable enough when they bring up topics not to divert the conversation. I guess that means it's time for me to end.
First of all, I would like to say thank you, Mr. Todd Bailey and your wife. You guys have been supporting us from day one. A lot of what we do comes from your support and your guidance. So I just want to say thank you. And thank you to all our community partners and people that are out here that I know that are boots on the ground on a daily basis, working with our youth and working with the youth that are lost and abandoned by lack of fathers, lack of male discipline, male guidance. So it's a few organizations I like to back them over there, Phil. I got Mr. Coach Bates over there. I see somebody sit there saying I used to run for mayor. The Aurora, that guy over there, I like that guy. Omar, I'm just playing Omar, you know, but and our community partners with Grid, but I think it's called OCBS now. I hope I said that right, Stefan and Nicole. Grass, that's boots on the ground that works daily in the hospital with these babies. Urban Impact that's here as well, and the security team that's working all, I see them every year, all through the streets, working with these babies. I just want to say thank you, bro. Love you. Thank you for this platform, for you to understand where it comes from, being boots on the ground. Our team, a lot of you that sit at this table, our mental health therapist, Claudia, is sitting right there, that is joined struggle, love, and joined the whole community and our partners in this fight against mental health issues, family structure issues, and our manhood issues. As being a Black man in a community of Black men where we're scarce and not seen anymore, not honored and not respected and not looked up to and not being fathers. So that's one of the layers of the onion that's stinky to us. It's, unfortunately, I used to be one of those men. They didn't care about our community. They didn't love our community. They loved my babies. They loved what we stand for. I wasn't a king. I fought through that, and I didn't know my mental health issues until I was 30 years old. So when you're raised in an abusive home, and you're raised from 5 years old and they're told you ain't shit, you're gonna be just like your dad.
Happy birthday.
Your daddy's a B-I-T-C-H.
Oh, thank you. Gary, baby.
That's why I spelled it out. If God can't understand everything, then we all twisted.
Right. That's right.
Because that's where we're missing at the first and foremost. If we do not bring whoever your God may be in the forefront of this fight, we're done. You can have as many programs as you want. You can have as many alcohol, substance abuse, mental health classes, mentorship classes, but if you do not put something good that's heavenly and spiritual above you in forefront of this fight, we're done. So we can do all the talking we want until we put the only G-O-D, and that's whoever you believe, Allah, Jada, Buddha, Judah, whatever, I don't care.
I didn't get to pick up my kid.
Put them in front.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
And have them lead the way, and they'll lead you the right way. But our kids and our babies do not believe in men. Because their daddies let them down. So when you go and talk to them, you remind them their daddies. You will be ITCH too until you can break that cycle. That takes 30 days. That takes 30 days a minimum for them to open up and give you their trust and heart. If you really boots on the ground with this game. If you're really pulling babies in, offering them jobs, the ones with the guns, you're really pulling them in, giving them a hug, or you push them aside like you do me when you see me coming, because I'm one of them. Yeah, real shit ain't funny. Because this is how we feel, this is how our babies feel. We pushed aside, we ain't nothing. Even when we doing right, we still ain't nothing. Yeah, for the cameras, the show. But what we gonna do tomorrow? Are you gonna go hug one of these babies? Are you gonna tell one of these babies I got a job for you, even though you stole from me last week? Even though you stole from me last week, even though you broke my window last week, you still go open the door for them. Love takes consistency. Love takes dedication. Love takes determination. And we'll give up on our babies. Our babies start opening up on 12, boy, you better get up out of here. You got to go. Other races don't do that. They'll put up their houses for their kids to go to rehab. Our community won't. You gotta get up out of here, bro. You on your own. So when you're growing up a Black little boy, and you've been abused, and you've been neglected, and you've been harmed, you're angry. And then when people approach you as such of an angry child, that's what you're gonna get out of me, bro. If you approach me with some love and some guidance, I might well listen. But I gotta trust you first. You're gonna be here forever. You're gonna leave me like my family did. You're gonna leave me like my brothers did, my uncles. You're gonna leave me like my daddy did.
Yeah.
So you can understand a child, black boy, Hispanic boy, any kind of boy that's been mistreated and misguided and abused and loved. So then we got video games. So picture a 5-year-old boy that's already being neglected, and all they say is go play that video game. See, when I first started, and some of y'all remember this, when shooting games first came out, they were target games.
Yeah.
You shot ducks, you shot targets. Now it's pulling people out of cars. So we emulate what we see. So, you know, we boots on the ground, Struggle Up Foundation. We've been out here quite a while fighting in our community, and we've been blessed through a lot of opportunities, a lot of things, a lot of people that love us, and a lot of people that we show love to, which our whole community is. We are one community out here. We are one community. And the only way we can solve this problem is we have to go back and install love back in our community. We do not have love in our community.
Mm-hmm.
We don't love one another. We barely want to help one another. Come on, let's be real. Let's stop the games. Let's stop pretending.
So be nice to you today.
Hold you right there. Because if I'm sorry.
I'll hold you right there. No. That's a very good point to transition to Urban. Joel deals with the Stronger Love Foundation. You came in board for
Give me a ride. Right.
You see hundreds of young black boys at different age during September through December every day. What's your take on the gun situation? What's your take on the mental health situation? What's your take on the needs of black boys?
John, I appreciate the opportunity to everyone in this room.
Oh my God.
I look around, I see a lot of familiar faces.
Walter.
You guys look around, you'll probably see a lot of familiar faces. So it's kind of like talking to the choir. Right? But at the end of the day, we are all the same. I think we've all lost our way of why we were really put on earth, what our real purpose is on earth. We all want to be loved. We all want to be valued. We all want to be appreciated. We all want a sense of belonging. And when you look around and you look at things that are happening in society today, more individual based.
What am I doing?
Nobody's willing to step aside and build for the greater whole.
I'm trying to get.
We talk about our problems all day. But who is actually solutioning?
Exit out of that and just go up.
Who is actually sitting out here with these young men, young women, and us adults that are carrying a lot of trauma?
It's not working, man.
Just exit out of there.
I don't want to hear all the sound bites.
Open up. That's
Okay, then.
I'm not really a politician.
That's how I got into it.
Who's actually doing the work? Who can commit themselves to the work?
And it'll do it right there.
That's what we're talking about here. John, to your point, I work with young men and women.
already
Not just from a sports perspective. We're centered as violence prevention, youth-oriented development. We try to catch these kids at an earlier stage.
Yes.
To try to ensure that they don't carry a lot of the trauma that we carry.
The old password.
That we push into the next generation as adults.
It's different password.
What can we do? We can think collectively.
The computer.
We can get out our own way, and we can decide to find solutions that are actually going to better us. Not sit here and talk about
Open Bing, X out, and just open Chrome. Just trust me.
research says.
This is
Hit
what.
the X again. Hit the X again.
Why I'm trying to get
Kids
here.
Hit the
first start school
Hit the X.
energetic,
Go ahead.
highly,
Hit the X. Go ahead.
want to get it done,
Now open up.
want to play, want to learn.
In Chrome.
Okay, but you got a Facebook.
When they first come in, regardless of the ethnicity,
Facebook window
all
right there at the top.
Yes.
Go to your Facebook window.
Yeah.
Okay, now hit each day right there. Bam. There you
That's
go.
not.
You're
Oh, I'm trying to get actual message set up. Because that's how I had it before. And you must have changed.
not teaching, or the student is not learning. I like to think that it's a combination of us not knowing
app open.
And us not knowing
First, hit
what
yours.
our particular
Worker has to
Or go
open.
to not that one. Go to Google. Like says log in as.
For example, I've read some of the research that says
It's not Google.
that black boys really don't get started until 10 o'clock. Yet we start school at 7:30.
Mm-hmm.
That means for 2.5 hours, I'm not there.
Is it not?
Right around 10 o'clock, it starts to hit in that I'm supposed to be doing something because that's why I came to school.
Or the little side panels, baby.
If the teacher doesn't know my learning style,
like that.
how can the teacher teach me?
I don't know why you need to open the app anyway. You got it on the phone everywhere else.
Most of the time, there's not enough black teachers to be able to do that.
Mm-hmm.
Why you
We have so many of our boys being pushed out of the classroom.
Tell me why.
Teachers who don't look like them.
I used the app
The same background.
to send out shit.
Don't know how to love them.
Why don't you just make
You can only send one at a time.
It's mean that they're bad
You
people.
have to send shit to multiple people at the same time.
Part of what
That's
we
why I have
to
the
do is
app.
make sure cultural congruency.
And
Make sure
why?
if you don't know what's going on and you have black students in your class,
Face.
you should want to, as a professional, as a human being,
Ask
want to know how I can help
text
you.
message. I'm trying to open up messaging.
2 years ago, my grandson was struggling on the DSST.
Don't make no sense. I didn't know we were working.
They had accused him of ghosting. Y'all know what that is. They turn on the Zoom and disappear.
How many
The Zoom is on so that the teacher thinks you're there, but you're not.
We have 2 more topics.
So you talk, Herman, about taking
I
issue. What
was
do you
going
do
to
in
play
your
this whole video because it's very long.
I want to meet with the counselor, the principal, the teachers.
It said log in with what?
I want
It's not going to work, babe.
individual assessment plan.
It's not going to work.
You do when folks sometimes do the wrong thing, try to assess them to see where we can put them.
Facebook.
I want an individual advancement plan.
Supposed to send me a
I want to know how y'all gonna help my grandson go from the 7th grade to the 8th grade to the 9th grade and graduate from high school.
What screen?
That's what I want to know.
Just the screen you're on.
I don't want to hear, I don't know how to work the Zoom. You're a professional. I don't want to hear, I got my own life to live.
Every message is set up on this.
This is your life to make.
It keeps opening the edge. It doesn't open. Ooh.
What's the story, brother?
That's a setting thing.
What's the story? You see,
Update my shit, so. All right.
these young boys going through what they're going through. You lost. Black teddy bear, black boy.
I had
He was the light of your life.
R.I.P.
And for many of us who knew him.
Grant Cobb. Or
What's your take on what you see going on as a parent who's lost a black boy?
His father.
Well, thank you, John, and thank you, Katie. With your support, it's the reason I'm here today. I can't think of a greater loss for a child. I know I've been wounded for the rest of my life, but my spiritual base from back community.
I'm sorry.
One of the things that I find having part of my fabric as BCC, like 5.7 years ago, is a one-stop shop, not just for youth.
Chips. Yeah.
Most immigrants of color are intimidated by the ivory towers of people. So I created this one-stop shop. And one of the most beautiful things about that particular shop was helping those single parents, programming, after school, tutoring, resume writing. I was able to collaborate with probation, county level, for folks to come in, take care of their business
exists there. And I saw the development that occurred years later. Mr. Cobb, do you remember? And I didn't do it because I wanted to be known as Mr. Cobb. I did it because it was the right thing to do. So when I look now at the world that we live in and what's happening, what's going on with relationships, none of our lives are perfect. I think as parents, we can all look back and say, if my parent had done this or my parent had done that. And in losing grace, I'm wondering, what didn't I do? Did I do too much? I'll never have that answer. But what I do know is building relationships with our youth are most important.
They were all great.
They're so rich up here. So much has been said. But what I find is that when we go to our youth and we tell our youth, this is what we have.
Dr. Margie. I mean, they all have something.
And let them what their needs are. Because when we think about it, how are the whites acting around the world? Even here in the States, the only way out, we're told,
White people didn't speak at all. It was just, they were just taking pictures. Like, there was a lot of damn picture taking going on.
What do you want? What do you need? And there are kids out there that don't have parents. They have parents, but they don't have parents. If you think about it, everyone in here has got to eat. Okay? You're going to eat by any means necessary. Right? Whether you have parents or not. So if a community embraces you and they show you how to eat, that's what love is. Love is feeding, love is eating, love is listening. So I challenge each and every one of you out here to have that conversation with the youth.
Aren't you glad we don't have a little broken?
I think it really needs to start in middle school. I'm feeling like by the time they're in high school, well, in elementary is okay too, but I'm challenging each and every one of you professionals here to embrace it, you, to listen to it, you.
I say that,
when I think about how I grew up, it was to be seen and not heard. Let me ask questions.
Yes, hoping I'm looking for
But at the same time, I have an absent father. So I want to be the best father I could possibly be. And before Reese, that was PDC. It was First Part 5 calls. Before Hope 6 came in.
Because they're active. They've been
there.
Like what?
But still, once again, I challenge each and every one of you all to embrace it.
They're out small.
Junior high school, grade school.
I guess try to make a name for themselves, whatever.
Because sometimes
I
I might tell you a story, but I might not tell this lady over here or this gentleman over here because I don't feel comfortable. Like Doc said, it takes about an hour just so I know I feel comfortable.
The chief.
I don't want to take too much time and this is a conversation, but please.
Tell everybody about the chief, baby.
Embrace it, listen to it.
So Chief Ron Thomas, he's our current police chief. Whoever mayor can change that, I would keep him. At the end of the video, I end up plugging him. I might end up going to the end of the video because
engagement
with the news.
Give me your.
And I've been living with trauma for over 20 years. Like, study
in a way that will.
We have judges. We have uniform.
Norm's age.
I think that these.
Norm dropped off a whole stack for me.
Let's sit down, man. Like, I know we're all in this campaign mode right now, but after this, when we get back to actually doing the work, fuck all the nonsense, I really want to sit down with you and work with you, bro. Like,
I'm trying to get where I was talking to the chief.
Oh, not to be curious.
No.
Age doesn't bother them.
No.
Okay. But you got a heart for it too.
Sally Baker. Hi, Sally. Please.
Front, yeah.
So, who running it?
Me and my lady.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
Okay, so you podcasting right now?
Yeah, we got Frontline Black News, the Revolutionary Agenda, and Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced. As a matter of fact, Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced is on right now. I should probably call in with the last 30 minutes. All right, Phil.
What you doing, bro? Shit, you got everybody waiting. We're about to get up out of here.
Phil came in there all.
You go to East. Hey, Mother Helen.
How are you? Are you
Good.
taking care of yourself?
Yes.
She's like, are you?
Getting plenty of rest, plenty of sleep, eating right. Good to see you, Michael.
Hey, how you feeling?
Good. Love to have you on the show again.
Yeah, man. And that's
our plug to Phil Weiser.
Yeah.
He's a black man. But he's only going to be here temporarily, so we got to get at him. Real
anything I'd love to follow up. And even I'd like to chat with you about some cannabis stuff. Because I'm a weed delivery business. I got a felony for weed possession at 19.
Yeah.
Before the industry legalized. And then became a fifth grade teacher, and now I'm back in the legal industry. So I'd love to chat.
Yeah, I mean, we're a government agency, so I don't know how much we can help necessarily on that front. But if you have any if you initially connect with that and you have things you want to follow up on my personal email, I'm happy to do that too, and we can chat about that too. But would love to connect. I'm leaving Colorado in a month. So you got a time limit. You got to watch that.
Hey, nice to meet you. I'm Michael.
Yes. And I'm Teddy. Nice to meet you. I work with him. Okay. Yeah, so if you need someone who's going to be here a little bit longer, I'll also get you the right person no matter what. But yeah.
Wherever you're headed, I know it's
I'm Jesse Harris. I'm running for mayor in Denver.
Wonderful. Alabama. Thank you. Thanks for coming out. They basically help.
After this,
mainly their big mission is to stop mass incarceration.
Well, you know when the lights, camera, action come on, that's what. This should have been. They should have been like no recording this. It should have been closed.
And that's the thing, man. Man, I love John Bailey, but I sent him a lot of questions that I was hoping was gonna be shared. And I ain't get here till late, so I don't know what was happening, but really, bro, it's on us black men to heal us.
Yeah.
All these other folks ain't gonna do right by us.
No, they're not.
Yeah.
They show them that time and time again.
Exactly. So yeah, man. And man. No, let's wrap.
Then I'd love for you to come to one of my introductions. I'm having an introduction to a landmark on the 6th of April.
What's the introduction about?
The Landmark Forum.
Yep. Okay. Yeah. And I think you had sent me an intro invite for that. Yeah, man. And so that's the part. I'm planning to hire my first driver on the 1st. And if that all goes according to plan, that'll give me some more wiggle room starting next week.
You got a weed delivery service.
Cross your fingers for me, pray for me if you're praying, man, that everything goes according to plan with this business. And yeah, let's chat.
Okay.
Let me grab Alfie.
All right. Good to see you, brother.
How you doing, man?
Good. Still running for mayor. I'm the write-in, so people gotta write me in. Hi, good to see you. I said good to see you. Your white lives matter. Who are you with? Oh. Jesse Paris. I'm running for mayor. I'm a write-in. All right, y'all. So I'm gonna end the stream. So thank y'all for tuning in. A lot of heavy figures in here. We came to some solutions and resolutions to the issues that we're having in regards to this gun violence. So peace, love, light, reparations, and black empowerment and separations.
I guess I'll talk to the chief afterwards.
That man's really nice. Every time I go to a golf course or whatever, and they're there, and I always run into him. He calls me by my name. I'm not gonna lie, my heart jumps a little bit, in fear.
So this is the news story about it. Let me share the screen again.
You want to share or talk about it?
We just spent like 20 minutes talking about it. This is the news article, news broadcast about it, about the video we just watched. Concerned families, community leaders field church meeting on gun violence. New Hope Baptist Church hosted a community meeting on youth violence, focused on solutions. Concerned families, students, and community leaders filled the church.
Spent one night of their spring break in a church talking about gun violence.
They're gathering here now less than a week after a student shot two administrators at Denver's East High School. 9 News reporter Kelly Rinke listened into that community conversation at New Hope Baptist. And Kelly, this was an emotional night.
Yeah, hey there, guys. There was a panel of people, nearly all of them impacted by gun violence in some way. Parents, students, community leaders came to this meeting at this church to hear their experiences and learn how can we keep kids safe both in school and in our communities. Nearly every single seat was filled, more than 100 people in this auditorium. Tonight was about why kids hurt the others, themselves, and what can be done to make sure every child comes home. Addressing trauma and giving more resources for mental health was a big focus tonight. A woman who talks to young men frequently said this about her sessions.
Young activists.
It's all boys. All boys of color.
The day you let your hair just go.
75% of those boys that are in trouble have a gun charge. And I ask, why? To defend myself. But it was also easy to access the guns.
Most speakers agreed addressing this complex problem is on everyone, not just elected leaders. They praise people who commit to this work and build relationships with young people. One of those people is a dean of students at East High who has lost too many kids to violence.
Another young man, Todd Brewer, graduated. I worked with this kid his senior year, 2020, pandemic. He graduated. He was just at the rec center.
Carla Madison.
Up here, he was shot 6 times. You know.
Another powerful moment came from a student at East. Kyle, he was asked, what do kids your age need right now? And he said, I want to feel safe and I don't want to have to worry about gun violence when I go to school.
Yeah, it's a plea that the kids at East were making prior to the shooting last week after the loss of their friend Luis Garcia back in February.
Yep, and Luis Garcia's brother, Santos, was here tonight. He has been coming to these meetings, but again, they really wanted to make sure that this conversation was focused on our youth because they are the ones that are impacted by all of this.
Kelly Rinke, thank you.
Yeah, so what they didn't tell you was he had more to say than that.
When Denver students return from spring break next week, Denver police officers will be stationed on some high school campuses. The school board removed armed DPD officers from schools back in 2020. But after the East High shooting, the board voted to bring them back to some campuses, at least temporarily. So when students return to 13 DPS high schools next week, they will see armed officers, including at East High School. They come back to class on Wednesday, 2 weeks after a student there shot 2 administrators on campus. DPS says other high schools may be added to this list in the springtime, but they say they are not considering putting officers in middle schools.
So they only want to put them in high schools, not middle schools.
It's like a temporary fix on
To the end of the year. Yeah. And then this is from Fox 31 News.
That's the channel that stays on at the Blacc House.
Yeah. I mean, Fox is winning them, unfortunately.
At the Blacc House?
At this period, they're winning.
I'm just talking about at your house, though.
I'm talking about their ratings. Like, Fox
I know, but at your house, that's the one that stays on it.
That's because they always have news on. Like, they literally have news on damn near 24/7.
I was trying to make a joke, but he wasn't.
Yeah.
I was trying to make him laugh.
I don't know.
The latest on the growing crisis surrounding youth gun violence following several high-profile shootings involving teens, including at East High School last week.
Parents, Denver's police chief, the attorney general coming together tonight to ask the hard questions and try to find some solutions. Fox 31's Nicole Fierro listening to that intense conversation. She joins us live tonight, all new at 9. Nicole.
Yeah, a lot of passionate, raw conversations. This meeting started at 6 and just ended right before 8:30. Something that really stuck out was when speaking about this latest double shooting at East High School, the chief said point blank that we failed the teen shooter by getting him into the point in the first place where he was on a safety plan that needed to be checked. He said we failed where he was at the point where he pulled a gun on 2 teens and then later on himself.
At New Hope Baptist Church Tuesday night.
This is a community conversation.
A panel of those in charge of protecting our youth, studying their minds, supporting them, respond to the community's concerns, following 2 more acts of gun violence at East High School.
I'm less concerned about who's responsible, but whoever's responsible, I need them to be responsive.
A common consensus in the room voiced to us by Denver's police chief, Ron Thomas.
This needs to be a youth-informed, community-led decision. I don't think we need to leave it up to a rash decision to just throw officers back in schools and think that we have created a safe environment.
Chief Thomas tells us he thinks resource officers are a small part of the solution.
But I don't intend for these officers to be going around and issuing citations. I think that there are alternatives where we really want to be more supportive of youth.
When talking about searching students, Chief believes they shouldn't be random, but prompted by information, tips, for instance, that come through the program Safe to Tell, spearheaded from the AG's office after Columbine.
In the case of East High School, the shooting that just happened, it was a Safe to Tell tip about this shooter that led to a situation in an earlier school being addressed. Safe to Tell is a gun violence prevention tool.
Other tools centered on
destigmatizing the conversations around mental health.
more focus on children at home and at school, uplifting them to combat the normalizing of youth gun violence, the feeling Denver's just too far gone.
I don't believe that we're too far gone. I really think that there are enough people who care and enough people who have influence over decisions that I think that we can create something that is safe for everyone.
It was way worse in the 80s and 90s.
Yeah, for gun laws brought up in legislature, also part of the conversation, as well as free gun locks at the back of the meeting today for people to take home. But again, the focus, empowering youth and supporting them through every bit of conversation tonight. Reporting live here in Denver, Nicole Fierro, Fox 31.
Sorry, but from I don't know if there was going to recap what we just covered or add anything. All right, so Team Paris, we don't agree with the SROs. We would like to implement something like Dads on Duty in DPS, but it looks like we'll have to wait until next semester to implement that. In the meantime, having more police, metal detectors in the schools is not going to solve this problem.
We had this little discussion on the Reimagined Police Task Force. And, there was some Discord. I finally got to see it. I was on there, but it wasn't on there till late. I didn't realize that he cut the Zoom off at one point in the thing. But I was on there a little later, and I wish I would have got on there at the time when, there was some disagreement, because I did not like how that was going down, and I chimed in on Facebook after that, after I was listening to it, because we do some amazing work on there, and I think I found my niche, family. I think I really found something I really think that I want to get involved in. I'd be really good at. That's for later news.
Where is the video? I don't even have it up here. Oh, man, I'll be scrolling for days.
Should just be right there because it was on. They showed it. It was just right after they showed it on there.
Yeah, it's not showing up on the task force page though.
I think that's where I saw it. Putting notifications again.
I'm just going to scroll.
Made the papers this week at City Council. Just briefly. Nobody ever wants to give my motherfucking accolades. I was giving us business this week.
Yeah, she was.
And then like a number 16, a number 17 after her.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's how I was in the comments. I believe you'll be able to see the comments after that. Yeah.
All right.
Okay. This task force meeting
is
being live streamed.
Yeah.
Just wanted to make sure that everyone was aware of that. And that's what I was
Yep.
that's what I was hoping for. So let me do this. I'm going to go back now and reread just for the sake of those who will see this on Facebook. And those who will share it.
So what are his names? Suki, Sachi, whatever.
All right. Everyone, I'm just going to
take you all having me.
Yeah.
To just share. There's been a lot going on.
This bro,
I know
so
that there
cheap,
are individuals on this call who are alum of
get on there and
East,
talk about
have family at East, et cetera, et cetera. So then we just heard from the board chair. So just want to give you an opportunity. You don't even have to raise your hand. We're a small enough group that you can just jump on in. But go ahead, Glenn.
Of all things.
There was no nudity.
Same thing as after Glenn. Just jump on in.
Yeah, thank you so much, Dr. D. And again, I want to quick shout out Sochi for her comments as well. I am an East alum. I am a member of this task force. I am formerly of Heart and Hand, but my concern continues to be about the guns. It is hard. It is heavy. These are our people. These are our streets. These are our kids. I continue to argue that we don't need more policing. We need fewer guns. And if anyone could speak to that point, and I apologize, I had to hop on a little late, had a meeting, but it's the guns. And I don't know how to solve that without cooperative legislation. And I'm not entirely sure how that gets done on a city level, a state level, a national level. Even if Denver City says we're not going to have this, if we can't make it statewide or national, I believe we still have a problem. And ultimately, these are our kids, and it's trauma, and it's terrible, and it breaks my heart. And I appreciate all the work that we are doing in the task force and Dr. D specifically too, but I would like an answer. Dr. D, no, I got angry, and I got angry because I'm hurt. So if people want to speak to that, I'd appreciate it.
Jesse has his hand up next, and then there is a current member, current student of East High School who's here. If they choose to speak up after Jesse, I'm going to give them that opportunity. I think I want to provide the floor for them. If not, I respect that as well. But I do want to acknowledge that there is a current student at East here, and I want to make sure that they know.
100%, and I appreciate that. Thank you.
And thank you. And I know my heart is with you as an alum of East. Jesse, come on, man.
Yeah. So just to introduce myself, my name is Jesse Paris, a mayoral candidate for the 2023 mayoral election that's happening in less than a week. I'm also one of the original members of the task force, and I read strategy 2 on the steps of the city and county building a year after George Floyd was killed on the steps. A year after George Floyd was killed in Minneapolis, and we submitted the 112 recommendations to City Council. To Gwen's point, I don't necessarily think it's the guns that's the problem. I think it is the access to the guns, because we had guns all up until COVID. Before COVID, the guns and the access. I think it's the access that's the main problem. Our youth can easily get a gun these days. I mean, like Gwen said in the chat, $200 at a pawn shop, you get you a gun. Like, it's very easy. I think if we make it harder for our youth to be able to get guns, I think that would alleviate the problem. But there is no one size fits all. And like I said at the candidate hearing, at the candidate forum, we're not going to legislate our way out of this. Like, this is on community at this point. Like, community, if you have guns, make sure they're locked up. Make sure their kids don't have access to them. Growing up, my mom had a gun. I knew not to touch that gun. I knew exactly where it was at, but I knew not to touch that gun. So this is like basic common sense stuff like that we need to implement as a community. The mayor, the city council, the governor, and the president aren't going to save us from this. It's on the people to decide what we want to do as a community to limit access to guns for our youth. And then I would love to hear from our youth. The young lady from East High School, I would love to hear what her thoughts are with Sophie Gatton, Director Sophie Gatton said. I don't agree with the SROs in the schools. I think that we should implement something like Dads on Duty out of Shreveport, Louisiana. The high school out there, I think it was called Southlands or something. I can't remember the name off the top of my head. But anyway, the dads in the school created Dads on Duty. And prior to the Dads on Duty, the gang and youth violence was through the roof. And after they implemented Dads on Duty, they haven't had an incident since. And they've been around for like 2 years. So that's one solution we should be looking into, not just as a task force, but as a whole Denver community as a whole, to get to the bottom of this.
Jesse, I'm going to hop in real quick because I appreciate what you just said.
Real quick, the director, Sochi, I said, she kept asking about money, we need funding or something like that. If you watch this later on your own time, you'll see she said that. And my comment to her was really, we need to audit you first before you ask for more money. Right. Because this is supposed to be the second biggest budget. Mm-hmm. And they're like, there's no money.
Yeah, public safety.
There's so much there. Right there would have been a positive
public safety budget. Yeah.
Yeah. So I just wanted to say that for a second, Felly. But when this broad was going in, she tried to talk shit a little bit. She was just Blacc. But I was like, I said, I think that when certain communities have gentrified our neighborhood, have this sort of outrage, which with such a heavy demand for action is a lot. Mm-hmm. I know that as a Black woman, I have seen the same outrage and no results. Yeah. It upsets me. The youth that are participating in this crime wave are on a different energy than back in the day. I feel Gwen is out of touch with who and who can't. This goes into what she's about to say. Who and who can't have or get a hold of a hot gun, ma'am. That's a judgment of a book that leads to these narratives and political agendas and stereotype of pleasantries that your privilege affords. It's not constructive, and it's impolite to stereotype and assume on a low level of privileged shelter experience based on media presentation. Now go ahead, just play her part, because then it's gonna go again.
When I was at East, Coach Tarver was running the school. I mean, he was the football coach, his coach, and never carried a weapon. But man, you saw him in the hallways and you knew to be correct, that man was gonna tell your mama. I believe in what you're saying. And I'm not sure how we get to that anymore. We have leaders in this community. We have leaders in the schools. We have, like, on the ground, I mean, favorite teachers, right? All that. Tell me how it is that the guns are not the problem. Man, I could probably throw down with like a hammer, but good Lord,
It's funny when
these are the guns.
somebody
It's
actually
too
did
much hurt,
like
too
grab
fast,
somebody to
too
death
many
that same
people.
day.
I
Or
appreciate what you said about your mama having one
the axe.
and the ways in which you knew to stay away from that. But you're not a person, from what I can tell, who was in a moment of crisis and had access to a weapon that could hurt so many people so quickly. So I
Let
hear
me do
you.
this. I hate to cut you off.
I disagree,
I want
but
Jesse, let me.
I don't want to go
Hey,
back
brother
and forth
Jesse.
on this, Gwen.
I'm sorry, brother. Just I had to put you on mute. I want to be cognizant that there are other voices in this space, and I don't want any one or two voices to take up the time that we have exclusively. So I'm going to open up the floor to others, and like I said, I give preferential treatment to anyone who is a current student at East, and then I want us to transition into some specific work that we're here to do today. So I want to open up the floor for other voices, specifically if there's anyone, a student at East, you can do your elevator to the front.
Black family is not an act of jealousy. It's just like, look, white supremacists don't get to speak to us
I want to open the floor
level, and then with that
for any
condescension,
voices that are out there. Like I said, I don't want two voices. There are others who have thoughts, concerns, who just may want to share. And I want to open that up. You don't have to raise your hand; just jump right on in.
Misappropriate type individual on which you fucking probably can do it.
Hello, task force.
On white night.
So I would like to just share
way right there, and
because I have a few other obligations to get to, but I just would like to say thank you to Dr. D and Miss Vanessa for inviting me back into the space.
Everything I was saying.
I spent a lot of time.
What are you talking about?
Basically, the whole time doing the recommendations and presenting at City Hall, just putting in the work. So I do miss this environment.
Well, that's a judgmental shit.
But I guess I wrote down just a couple quick notes that I wanted to say. First, I wanted to say to the East students or student that is in the room, that I'm sending my light and positivity to you. I think that it's smart to be intentional with the light and energy that we do have, and it's intentional to point it towards the youth in particular.
He tells us mom, man.
With that being said, the other notes that I wrote down were that I feel like we're dealing with the problem or a pickle that we have a proximity to violence that our students can't confide in, which is the SORs or the resource officers. That the resource officers are there to protect them, but the proximity to the violence or the potentiality of the violence that officer can inflict on the student doesn't make logical sense.
Right.
It's not like a stove when you're heating up hot water, because you can burn yourself. But that's more of a one-on-one trust thing. When you're presented with things like George Floyd and things like Elijah McClain, things like my friend Davon Bailey, it's hard to trust something that's supposed to protect you, but can inflict the worst kind of damage on you. So I feel like that's the pickle we're in, or we have, when it comes to that system, or existing with the system of police near our students. It's kind of, and then my other idea or my other note that I wrote down was, as far as guns being the problem, we've we have to kind of look at guns or this problem as in a critical way that we look at racism. You can't take all the racist people out of the United States and think racism is going to be gone. Racism starts off as an ideal. We should be attacking the psyches or attacking the mental or the ideas of where these guns or where the problem starts with the guns. So I think just wrapping up my ideas or wrapping up my thoughts, youth, not all youth that interact or come into contact with a gun wants to use it in a negative way. A lot of youth, in my experience, even want to get rid of the guns. But how are you going to take a gun or something like that to a police officer? Again, with the proximity of violence, or the proximity of negativity.
Yeah.
We need to have people or programs set up that allow youth to be vulnerable enough to be able to give away that gun or give away that animosity, that stress.
Yes,
you know,
it should be.
People who have deep care within the youth where it doesn't have to be connected with institutional violence with the police. There's other ways to handle things, like you said, Dr. Davis, or within the community. And I think the last thing I just want to say is we can't look to politicians and stuff for leadership. We have to look to each other, and we have to mainly look to the youth for leadership. They're in the trenches, they're experiencing it right now. They are the ones that can lead us out of this.
Right.
Thank you so much. And by the way, man, I miss you as well. And I've been going to the gym hitting the heavy bag, man, because you inspired me.
Young black
So
man in America.
I want to throw that out there. You got me in the gym hitting the heavy bag.
Was a threat or danger.
So
right,
and my brother knows why I'm saying that.
Lucky for you.
I want to pause for a second. Let me share, because I want you to put some stuff in the chat. There's some individuals who have not been here before. One of the reasons why I'm not doing a introduction for everyone is because I like to respect people's anonymity in these type of places, and this is published on Zoom. So that's important to me, that if someone does not want to be publicly, on the public display, that we give them that privacy. So in the chat, please put your name and email address. Most of you here, I already have it. I already have your name and email address, but put it in there anyway, everyone. If you want to remain anonymous, then make.
I think I sent him an email too, because I want.
Yeah, you should be on the email list. Yeah.
Yeah, I sit on that subcommittee too. Can you do both? Is my question.
I think so, but let's get to the Unhoused Neighbor News.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
So our last topic of the night is the Unhoused Neighbor News. The sweeps continue. We have opening day of the Rockies this week, 2 days after the election or the selection. And that's the home opener, and it's going to be packed. So everywhere around Coors Field is being swept right now. It's been, in the past 2 weeks, there's been at least like 5-6 sweeps.
Yeah.
And we don't know if they're giving them notice or not. They're just coming in and saying, nope, you got to go. So something else had happened in addition to that I wanted to share. So this is from Newsbreak. It says, information wanted on man found dead in Park Avenue apartment. Denver, KDVR, that's our Fox affiliate. Police in Denver are investigating the homicide of a 54-year-old man who was found dead in his apartment. According to the Denver Police Department, officers responded to a death investigation at the Renaissance Riverfront Lofts located at 3440 Park Avenue West, Park Avenue West in the Glowville neighborhood at around 11 p.m. Tuesday. DPD said they located 54-year-old Patrick Lane dead in his apartment. I think you know him. Now people need assistance investigating his death. Anyone information, call Crime Stoppers, blah, 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 blah. And there's a follow-up to this. Because apparently he was stabbed. Oh my God, he was stabbed like over 20 times. Oh, I'm skipping ahead. I'm sorry, Black family. That was actually a topic before this. And that was the census question. So I'm just going to play this video from Lisa Cabrera real quick. I already got 4 hours because I got to end the show soon.
I'm gonna be thorough today.
Information found. Shout out to Lisa Cabrera.
Yes.
We found out about her through Professor Black Truth. So if y'all haven't liked and subscribed to her channel, please do so now.
I'm probably like 1 out of 3 or 4 sisters who actually listen. Our listening system is very small. It's because they're not. That's what we have for providing the work and the facts that are in FBA alignment.
Ladies and gentlemen, I want you to hear this breaking news that just came out in regards to our reparations. Listen to this. U.S. considers asking Black Americans on census if they are slave descendants. Change would help quantify eligibility for reparations should the government agree to pay them. The U.S. government is considering asking Black Americans on federal forms, including the census, whether their ancestors were enslaved. In a proposed update to how the government tracks Americans' race and ethnicity, the Biden administration is asking the public for input on how it might go about differentiating Black people who are descendants of slaves in America from those whose families arrived more recently as immigrants from sub-Saharan Africa, the Caribbean, and other countries. The idea of adding more detailed categories to the census has been gaining currency among some Black Americans who say society too often conflates their experiences with those of Black immigrants who only started moving to the US in meaningful numbers in the past few decades. Roughly 1 in 5 Black people in the US are immigrants or their children, according to an analysis by the nonpartisan Pew Research Center. Supporters of the change say one reason they are pushing it is to quantify who would be eligible to receive reparations for slavery should the government ever agree to pay them. An effort to make such payments as stalled. So, yeah, we know Congress ain't working on this, y'all. You got to be a fool to believe they are. So they're saying efforts to make such payments has stalled in Congress. Through local efforts have gained some steam. In San Francisco, the city board of supervisors are debating a proposal to award eligible Black residents up to $5 million per person in restitution. One of a menu of preliminary this is what they're just talking about. These are the things that are being recommended, including free homes, guaranteed income, and debt and tax relief. Research by the Federal Reserve Bank, okay, said that
That's a apartment.
by researchers at Duke University, among others, show
Mm-hmm.
that Black Americans whose ancestors were enslaved tend to lag behind in wealth and education compared with more recent arrivals.
These are the ones that's in Global, so they're
Yeah, but America's more inclined to help those Black immigrants than helping us. America sees Black people as a monolithic, said Chad Brown, spokesperson for the National Assembly of American Slavery Descendants, which backs reparations and is pushing for change. When you say all Black people are the same, you are ignoring the differences in culture, ancestry, economics,
yeah,
and you're doing a disservice to everyone lumped into that group.
yeah.
The potential change is one of several the Biden administration is thinking about adopting to refine how race and ethnicity are measured on government forms, which typically dictate how other institutions collect demographic data. So the Biden administration has proposed combining such existing race and ethnicity questions so that Hispanic or
No
Latino
more part to that.
would no longer be separate. So, you know how they always have Hispanic or Latino on applications? Well, now they're going to have, Black descendant of slave or Black immigrant on applications in the same way. Actually, that should have been done first before anyone else, as far as I'm concerned.
Right.
But instead would be one of several choices on the race question. It has also proposed creating a new race question category.
Right before you get
Americans of Middle Eastern or North African heritage.
Yeah.
Unlike those changes, the administration didn't include a formal recommendation about identifying Black Americans' ancestry, but rather solicited comments from the public on how it might do so. Supporters of the change want an additional question. Should a respondent select Black or African American on a government form where they could indicate that their ancestors were slaved? It is proposed rule on those border changes. The administration asked whether the term American descendants of slavery or American freedmen would be the best terms to describe the group. Some have suggested term foundational Black Americans.
Yes.
Wow, you think they're paying attention to
Yes.
the internet and what people are saying on social media?
Mm-hmm.
See, this just goes to show you when you believe they're not paying attention
They really are.
and when they blatantly try to go above and beyond to ignore us. To me, this is how I always see it. The harder they try to ignore us, the more they're actually paying attention.
Yeah.
Always remember that.
Yeah.
The White House Office of Management and Budget,
Yeah.
which is spearheading the race category overhaul, declined to comment on the idea. Last year, California became the first state to require that Black state employees be allowed to specify that they are African American descendants of persons enslaved in the United States on employment forms. The law, which takes effect next year, would allow self identifying um, Black immigrants from Africa and the Caribbean and required the statistics be published each year. A working group in California, which is drafting the reparations proposal, the state legislature to study is looking at partnerships with genealogy websites, including 23andMe and Ancestry.com, to potentially help verify a Black person's lineage should she or he apply to receive reparations. Well, that's a good thing because I know who the slaves are in my family on both sides, both my mother and father's side. The census and other federal survey rely on respondents' self-reported descriptions and typically don't ask for verification. Mike Gonzalez, a senior fellow at the Heritage Foundation, a conservative Washington think tank, said subdividing the Black population in the United States is a harmful step that would further divide the American society. Now, what the hell is Mike Gonzalez talking about when they already do that for his group?
Exactly.
Okay, they already do that for his group on application. So you need to have a seat, buddy. Nobody's listening to that.
Right.
Government shouldn't be in the business of separating people. Well, the government in this country has done nothing but separate people for centuries. So you're a day late and buck short on that comment, Mike Gonzalez.
Get on.
So let's get on beyond Mike Gonzalez and his BS. So if slavery related change were adopted, it wouldn't only be used on the census, but also on forms that Americans counter on a more routine basis, such as applications for federal student loans and home loans. So far, thousands of members of the public have left comments on the proposed race category overhaul. Mike Hicks, an administrator at a historically Black college in Louisville, Kentucky, recently logged into a government site and typed up a 400-word comment in favor for the change for Black respondents. So, I mean, look, to me, it's not a bad idea. You know, it's good to have a breakdown of who are the actual descendants of slaves and who are not. And to be honest with you, if you intend on getting reparations, then this process would have to be done.
Right.
It would have to be done. So Hicks said he became interested in supporting politicians who directly represented the interests of slavery descendants after becoming disillusioned with the former president Barack Obama. During Mr. Obama's presidency, Mr. Hicks said many Black Americans felt left behind as their neighborhoods gentrified and their incomes couldn't keep pace. According to surveys conducted by the Federal Reserve, Black families' wealth is less than 15% of white families' wealth and lower than any racial group. His election and presidency was landmark, but it didn't help most Black Americans except symbolically, he said. Mr. Hicks and other supporters of this designation have pointed out that Mr. Obama isn't a descendant from slaves, and his father was an international student from Kenya, his mother white. If America wants resources to go to the populations that need them the most, we must accurately recognize who is affected and why, Mr. Hicks wrote in his comment in support of a new category. The government's proposal comes in the midst of a broader debate among Black Americans over how much experience the descendants of people enslaved in the U.S. share with those whose families came to America voluntarily. There is no comparison, y'all.
Right.
There's no comparison at all.
Right.
Many Black immigrants say they face much of the same discrimination, particularly at the hands of the police. Black people from Africa were also brought to the Caribbean and Latin American, as slaves, and they were. They were.
So,
But
so
see,
you're a
the
colonizer.
thing is, it's up to their governments
Exactly.
to fight that battle for reparations and challenge these governments in the Caribbean and in Latin America for their reparations.
Right.
That's
So
really not
you're a
for us
colonizer.
to take
Damn
on.
it.
We can only fight on the soil that our people were enslaved. Our forefathers were enslaved. So taking on that, then we're taking on a lot of fight beyond the United States.
Technically,
And I really don't think we should be focusing
descendants have
on that.
Black
Shoot, we're gonna have to deal with one battle at a time.
already.
But many of those whose
kind of where
ancestors
y'all need to,
were enslaved in the
It
U.S.
needs to be
they
reciprocated.
should be considered
and,
a
and
distinct
help out
ethnic
when
group. That belief
we're
is
here.
based, at least in part, on
It's like
limited
so
data
gratitude.
shows
Right.
that Black immigrants and their children, on average, find higher paying jobs and accumulate more
It's like you
wealth
show gratitude
than
for all
those
the hard work
families
that
who
FBA
lived here for decades
the
or
descendants
centuries.
have
And that's a
given
disgrace.
to your cause.
That's a disgrace. And that
No
just
matter
goes to
get the fuck
show
out the
you
way.
America hates us so much, they will put any immigrant that steps on this soil ahead of us. That's all that is proof of.
Right.
Several studies suggest that Black immigrants overrepresented on elite college campuses and have immigrated from the African continent because the Black population isn't systematically categorized along such lines. Research on these outcomes is limited. So many of the immigrants that come over here from the Caribbean and Africa, they actually get ahead of us over time. Not all of them, but a lot of them do.
You're welcome.
There's still a lot we don't know, and it would be easier to start knowing those things if we could better document the Black population. Camille Z. Charles, professor of sociology, Africana Studies at the University of Pennsylvania, who has researched Black student populations at elite schools and support more detailed data collection. Yes, yes. And believe me, they get far more help than we do coming over here as immigrants. And yeah, they face discrimination because America is just a racist country and it always will be one. But you had a choice to whether you wanted to be here or not. But I do believe if
It's a
Africans
phone.
can trace their ancestry to
Disconnected.
people in the Caribbean and in Latin America where you believe your people went, then yes, I think you should fight those battles
Right. So
for
you're
your
a colonizer,
reparations. I
goddammit.
think no matter who you are in this world, if you know where your ancestry lies and your people were enslaved, I absolutely strongly believe you should fight for those reparations. But we're not in a position to fight for everybody, y'all. That's how I see it. You may
Right.
disagree with me.
I
But
agree.
y'all, please tell me what
It
you think
shouldn't be
about
our
this story.
obligation to
Because,
fight
no
for
matter how
everybody,
you
right?
look at it, in order for us to get
We've
paid out for
told the line.
reparations, they would have
We
to
told the
gather
line for
this
500
kind of
years.
information. It is impossible for them not to do it. But y'all tell me what you think. Please leave your comment and subscribe. Don't forget to hit on the notification bell, and I'll see you on the next video. Peace, family.
Peace. Thank you, Lisa Cabrera. Make sure y'all like and subscribe to her YouTube channel. I agree with everything she said. Like it's time that we have delineation on the census, so we can make sure that we're the ones that's getting the reparations and not these other groups. They want reparations, they need to sue their colonizer. Period. Point blank. Period. So I guess we wouldn't know until 2030, because that'll be when the next census is taken.
Can I say one thing?
Go ahead, lady.
Just add this for like 30 seconds. I think that this is a good thing, and I think this is not so good thing. When I say not so good thing is that the census, when they call you, they ask all kinds of motherfucking invasive ass questions. But and this is when we did a show one time on the census when they called, and I had to do the census right or else, right?
Mm-hmm.
They wouldn't accept just me saying Black and whatever other mixtures I have in me. They wouldn't accept it. They can't. The lady asked me like 4 different times, and she kept putting other things in front, like Native American, European, or white what, or before black, and I kept saying black first, Native American, French, or European, or whatever the fuck you want to call it, white, and it was like a big fucking thing. The other thing is, listen, I agree totally, full-heartedly, 155 million fucking percent with reparations, FBA, the whole thing. Okay, just coming up the whole fucking thing. Sign me up twice. You know what I mean? When I say that, I mean sign me up on the motherfucking. I'm with you. Let you know what you need to do. They know what they fucking need to do. The thing is that I think that if you're allowed to answer the motherfucking phone, nobody can see you, and you feel like all of a sudden, you want to say, not only are you a Black American, you want to go ahead and say that you're part, that your family lineage has to do with chattel slavery, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, and it's not true. That is a number that goes either way. See what I'm saying? And we want it really. You just want to have this true statements. If you're looking at the task force, at the reparations, and the people that come in there, like that, like earlier today, grandfather, and he's talking about his grandson, but he's not talking about reparations. He's talking about free school and I don't know what else. You know what I mean? And so that's the type of shit that, like, the New Black Media has been saying for a long motherfucking time. When it happens, everybody and their mother is gonna try. Every OTB is gonna try to show up and say this or say that, and there's gonna be all this negativity. And the census, which wasn't correct in the first motherfucking place, isn't adding the numbers as it is right now correctly. This makes me think that this is going to be a correct thing from the census. That's my negative feedback. Although I want it to be a reality, and I think like, hey man, the actual Black foreigners, you can reciprocate and show your gratitude to FBA for all the shit they did to make your way here, and stand and help out with FBA getting their reparations. Say it like that, or sit back down. Sue your colonizer. Just like that's been said for a long time. Sue your colonizer. Hold your own nuts. This is FBA time. Serious business. It's not a game. It's not a game. Stay the fuck out of it right now. If you're not gonna fucking help push that movement without the fucking dialogue and the vitriol and the disrespect and the negativity, and you should include me too, type shit, when you know damn well you don't need to be included in this particular thing. Haven't you gotten enough? You know what I mean? Haven't you gotten enough? Not every Black experience is the same Black experience, right? So at that point in time, sit it down, unless you're gonna fucking help and show gratitude and be reciprocal of what has been a gift for y'all. See what I'm saying? The gift. And coming here and being able to study and live here and do whatever you want is a fucking gift when you couldn't, without the hard work, you wouldn't have been able to do it, right? Yeah. So it's saying, so your colonizer, hold your own nuts. They've been telling the line, hold your own nuts. This is the way it is. You need help with your reparations claim, holler at somebody. Holler at them so they make sure that they word your shit correctly when you go upon your fucking colonizer. You submit that shit at them. You know what I mean? So you get your just due. Don't settle for symbolism.
Right.
Okay? Because that's what's going on out there. Don't settle for that motherfucking apology. Do what you need to do over there. Okay? Here, stay the fuck out the way or help out. Simple as that. And no, on these task force thing, no, man. Certain people should not be allowed to call in.
Right.
White people should not be allowed to call in. Shouldn't even be there. It shouldn't even be there. You know what I mean? Especially when you got nothing but hatred, or you're trying to include some bullshit of your own. You're on your own agenda, and you're not on fucking FBA work. You know what I mean? Thank you. That's all I have to say, guys. I get that off my chest.
Thank you for those awesome words. I agree with everything Lady Chase said.
I also want to say they should make it a way for us to call in. We call in and they just—it's kind of like some reason it's so we get in, so we don't ever get in like appropriately. You got in once, right?
Yeah, I got in twice.
Twice, yeah. I still have yet to get in. Like generally, when I call in, it would be in defense of what we're doing, you know?
Right. All right, so we're down to the last topics of the night, and that is the Unhoused Neighbor News and the Unhoused Neighbor Sweeps. So, Black family, I had brought up the fact that the Rockies home opener is this week, and they're doing all these sweeps in the area, and activists such as myself and others would like to know if the city is violating the Ray Lyle versus Denver lawsuit, where they were supposed to give notice before they do these sweeps. So there's an article. Sorry.
I personally believe they are, and I personally say, family, you're watching last week, don't believe the hype. Don't believe the narratives that they're saying. Trust and believe the motherfuckers that actually go outside. You know? And if I have a chance to record it, next time I go.
There's a sweep on election day.
Yeah, which will be this week. Or even before that, I'll be down there on Monday. You'll see what I'm talking about.
Yeah, Tuesday, election day, there's a sweep scheduled for the same area. Actually, too. I gotta put in the hashtags. Okay. Can you read the article real quick? Let it say.
Where's it at?
It's sharing right now.
Okay, hold on, let me get to it. Oh, family, sorry. I didn't know Jesse pulled it up right there. My fault. Okay. All right. Oops. Okay, I can't see the actual name of the thing, but or where it starts, because the article's rolled up a little bit.
I already read the title, but go ahead. Activist city of Denver spar over homeless encampment cleanup policies.
Yeah, I'm right there somewhere. Was it okay? Right. Let's see. Yeah, scroll up. It says for
There's
many.
nothing to scroll up. It's just
Okay. Yeah, right there. It says it started back in January during the cold spell. Maesta said.
No, for many living on the Denver streets.
I can't see that part right here. Look, that's what I'm saying. Okay, stop. For many living on for many things keep moving. Okay, just look.
Okay.
Baby, look. Just look what I'm saying. Just look where it starts for me, okay? That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Okay. It's right where it needs to start.
Okay, for many living in Denver streets, it can feel like being forgotten. Forgotten, said Danny Maestas, just brushed aside. Hold on a second. I was falling off. It started back in January during a cold spell, Maestas said. I started noticing the frostbite, and then February comes around and it progressively slowly got worse and worse. There was no place to go. I was basically supposed to stay under a tarp, and it got worse. My foot became to the point where they had amputated. Maesta's right leg has amputated below the knee. He also lost 5 toes on his left foot. Scroll up, I can't read anymore. Okay, keep going. Can't stop. Maesta's worked at a local convenience store part-time and will restock and clean the store overnight, but his frostbite injuries made it impossible for him to continue working. Homeless advocates say Maesta's case is the result of city's constant sweeps. Just this week, a sweep was conducted around Coors Field ahead of the Rockies home opener. It didn't surprise me that Coors Field is one of the targets. Grant Francis with Mutual Aid said Mutual Aid Monday told Denver 7 on Tuesday. It's anywhere where there's an event or that generates any kind of income for that city. The city responded Friday saying that simply is untrue. It is a goddamn lie. I like if you watched last week, I told the truth then. Okay.
Yeah.
Catch up at the end. Our city policy never changes, says Matthew Wilms, encampment program response executive with the city of Denver. Off to a large encumbrance removal. That's what we've done in the last month. 2 of them were in ballpark area, and the reason for that is they were some of the largest that we're dealing with. Again, not true. Don't believe the hype. Williams' position was created last June in response to the street camping crisis. Every person in the street has a different need, a different story, Williams said. Unfortunately, there's also the need for addressing public health and safety issues that these camps can impose. Williams said the city is committed to safety of both the unhoused and the general public. This is always going to be the point of contention, he said. We removed almost 3 tons of trash and over 2 pounds of propane. And 200 pounds, family, 200 pounds of propane. And that's not to include the improperly disposed needles and human waste. So you had to throw that in. That's part of the narrative.
Yeah, I had to throw that in.
As for the long-term solutions, all agree it's housing. But what kind of housing and how to pay for it is a debate in itself. We shouldn't even talk about how to pay for it because there's money for it.
Right.
Some Denver mayoral candidates suggest it can be solved in a year or 2. Williams does not agree. I beg to differ. I do not, Williams said. I don't think it would be feasible for anybody in a year. It's a goddamn lie. Williams says the city must continue. Stop. City must continue. Go down to just one sentence. Scroll down or whatever so I can read it.
Can you read it now?
No, because I'm at where it says even during all these enforcement. All right, well, I'm just gonna start right there.
Rhyme says, can you see where it says Rhyme says?
No.
I don't know why you can't see it.
Because it won't show on my tablet, baby. So
you need to switch
scroll
it
down, scroll the other way.
back to portrait.
Right there. Brian Williams says the city must continue to become more centralized and organized in their response. Thank you, baby. Even during all these enforcement actions and cleanups, we are all go the other way. Go the other way, baby. Okay, go the other way a little bit more. Okay, we can constantly striving to make sure we get people reconnected with services, Williams said. The hard part, we get people connected with, the hard part is that many people don't take us up on that. You gotta go the other way, baby. I can't read.
That's what I just did. You told me to go the other way.
Go, continue with the article, baby.
Where are you at?
It says, even during all these enforcement actions, that's where I'm at.
And cleanups.
Yeah, I can't read any further than that, baby. That's what I'm saying. Keep going to the end of the kid. Keep going a little bit more. Okay, there, you're fine. All right, stop. We offer other alternatives to just traditional shelter. We may have tiny home villages. We have our safe outdoor camps or spaces, as well as the utilization of the hotels and motels when that's necessary. The solution is housing, says Maestra. Housing will remedy this whole epidemic that we have right now of homelessness that we can see everywhere. Housing is the number one solution. I would love to myself out of the job. I'd love to work myself out of a job, Williams said. It would be great to show up one day and to work and say, I don't have a cleanup. There's no cleanup necessary. As for Maestas, he is now on the road to recovery and hoping to find and then it just stops right there for me. Permanent housing soon, taking it one day at a time, and hopefully the new mayor will see this epidemic that we have and do something about it, Maestra said. There you go, baby. Thank you. Thank you, baby.
All right. So what are your thoughts on what you just read?
My thoughts is this. Like I said last weekend, they had when I went down there, I did a little reconnaissance. I was down there for like 3 hours. I rode up on the motherfucking sweep in a different way than most people will go because I had to do my little reconnaissance adventure. And when I saw what I saw was Denver transportation. I saw 3 thick ass white girls try to walk up to me like I was unhoused and try to look at me like they wanted to say something, but they kept it pushing. Now I think that if you really thought I was unhoused, you try to do something for me, right?
Right.
I also saw what I want to say, Black family. What I saw was Hispanic people that are Hispanic and white people in construction and hard hat uniforms. I thought they were workers, and they were not. They were. If you got development going on this corner, right here, and let's say I'm the person right here, it's going on right behind me, but I'm on the phone like this, looking at you while you're unhoused, and there's several other people dressed like me in fucking sunglasses, and it's cold that day. It's kind of grim that day. They were looking like this at the same unhoused people, right? And these white people are just standing around looking like this, and they clearly have badges for the city on them. Then you know it's a real issue, and it's not about they were affecting the construction work there. The sweep that I had seen, there was one development that was almost finished, and the corners that they were sweeping were parking lots for actual parking. One had given the unhoused permission to be there, and yet they were part of a sweep. But I saw the people that are supposed to be leading, giving people resources and flyers to other sources or whatever the fuck they're doing. They weren't doing the work. They were just spectating. They were spectating. I saw a 12-foot fence encompass a sister who was very, very, very motherfucking disabled. Very disabled. So the police just standing there. I saw one black officer buy everybody burritos. And they look around like, are we good? I'm sitting there watching. I'm watching. I saw maybe 16 fucking tents the whole time I was down there. And that's just being generous. I saw what it called cold psychosis, not drug-related psychosis. Everybody that I seen down there, they were unhoused, was black, and they weren't on drugs. That's right there. I want to change that narrative. Instead of 8 foot, it was 12-foot fencing. They locked them in. They locked this lady in. You know what I mean? They're standing around watching this woman who's very, very disabled, who can barely walk, and they're not trying to offer her help. They're not trying to put her in no non-congregate shelter. They're not trying to give her housing. They're not trying to do shit for her. But I was there, so I offered us something. You know what I mean? I offered something to help her with. And since we know her, it was a no-brainer for me. You know what I mean? And like I said, black first. Black first. What I seen was the white family that's out there too. You know, they're suffering as well, but these are the same people that are with have been out there for the same amount of years as everybody else. What I saw was a very limited number of unhoused people on the street. I would say, what did I say last week? Like 60 of them or something like that.
Yeah.
And maybe like 45 of them or something like that. They're crazy like that. We're black. Totally right. They want to do narratives. The narrative is if you're on a sidewalk on a potential land or potential corner that can be developed, that's where they're sweeping you off of. And I saw that very clearly. I saw that they weren't really offering those solutions. They weren't offering no help. I tried to talk to the broads, the thick ass little white females that were mobbing around mugging me. They mugged me at first. They continued to stare at me the whole time I was there till I trade up. Please stare at me as usual till I trade up, and I just kept driving and looking and shaking my head because they're still sitting in the car puffing. Then the car, do whatever. Then they're not helpful. If you're gonna be out there and you're getting paid to be there, fucking help.
Right.
fucking help, man.
But they never help.
They never help. All they do is cause problems. And I say this, that I saw a lot of people not in tents. I saw them sleeping on the ground, like it was where you couldn't have a shelter. You couldn't have a lean-to. Remember where it's just you and the clothes on your back.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I saw, and they're freezing to death, hungry.
Yeah, because it's illegal for you to cover yourself with a tent, a tarp, a
Yep.
sleeping bag, anything
And
besides
they
your
don't know
own
what's going
clothing.
on. Yeah, they don't know what's going on, family. And while everybody's making decisions to put them in jail and ghost them and shit, they don't know. They fucking don't know. There's nobody communicating this to them. They don't know. Subconsciously, I think they do know. And when we're out there, we tell them what's cracking. You know what I mean? But that's probably as far as it gets. Nobody's telling them the truth. And sooner or later, these fucking white people are going to have their fucking way. You know, and so the best thing for us to do is sign Jesse in.
Right.
Sign Jesse in.
Right, yeah.
And let motherfuckers that actually have experienced this and know what the solution is to actually get to the solution. Could it take a fucking year? Goddamn right. New council and a demand for action, and don't give them a lot of time to think on it. Start doing some shit. You know what I mean? And that's we can't pussyfoot anymore.
Right.
We can't allow them to get to it when they want to get to it. You know, and you can't keep thinking jail and motherfucking locking someone up under a motherfucking mental health hold and ghosting them in through the system is an answer either.
Right.
So anybody who's listening to that bullshit, stop. Please stop listening to that bullshit. It's not okay. And if you put yourself in these people's position, would you want to be ghosted? Would you want somebody to say you're on drugs and you're not? You're just fucking cold. And at some point, that shit just eats at you. You know, you're hungry. You have fluids. You know, you can't think straight because you're holding in urine. You don't know where to go. Think about that. Really, just put yourself in their position, because that's what happens. I can't think when I gotta go pee, right?
Right.
I'm all fucking fucked up and confused.
Yeah.
So just think about it. Just put yourself in their position, write Jesse in, and give him a chance. Okay, let's see what happens. But what can you lose? What really can be worse if fucking dramatic change happens in a good way?
Right.
All these fucking people's answers will be solved.
Mm-hmm.
They don't want the answers solved. It's big business.
Yeah.
For y'all to believe these program narratives. Big business. They're just getting more money off of it.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas everybody's suffering and poor still. Just saying.
All right, so we got 2 more articles, ladies, here.
Go ahead, baby. Did you pull them up?
Yes. So we got man alluded earlier, Patrick was killed. He was stabbed 27 times. And the woman that stabbed him was arrested.
Damn. That's a personal thing, bro.
Mm-hmm.
27 times. What did you do? Or didn't give her?
Hopefully you can read it.
Waiting for it to roll up on my page. See, look. Oh, now it's doing it. Okay. Don't touch nothing. Just let's see what's happening right here. It moves up. Yeah, I'm getting it like 2 minutes later. Okay. Hold on a second. All right. A woman is accused of killing a man found stabbed more than 24 times, according to the police. Erin Legender.
That sounds like a sister.
Erin Legender. Lily Gender? That sounds black at all.
Lil Gender. Oh, I guess it's a white girl now.
Faces a count of first-degree murder in the man's killing. A friend of Patrick Lane, 54, found him dead in his Park Avenue apartment Tuesday, according to the release from Denver PD. Investigators learned Lane had been dead for a couple of days before he was found in his unit at Renaissance Riverfront Lofts, the affordable housing building at 3440 Park Avenue West, in a Colorado coalition for the homeless property. I'm sorry, family, you gotta catch up. But It's not moving yet from the baby. Oh, there it goes. Okay. A man suffered around 27 stab wounds on the back of his head and his left neck, arm, his left neck, his neck, left arm, I'm assuming, torso, and upper leg, according to an arrest warrant. Surveillance video showed a woman entering the victim's apartment March 22nd and leaving hours in different clothes. An anonymous tipster on Friday pointed to Legender as the suspect, according to the warrant. They said she lives in a homeless camp in the Gloveville area and showed up at the camp in bloody clothes. Police said Legender matched the appearance of the woman in the surveillance video. Legender was taken into custody in Logan County and was later interviewed by DP police about the crime. While the information about her interview is redacted in this warrant, it does say Legender was involved in an incident with the victim. The district attorney's office will decide on official charges for the suspect.
Oh, we need to talk to DA Beth McCann again. We got a meeting with her this month.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead. Next one. I find that to be damn. Dead in his apartment for several days. I wonder what that was all about. Can't wait to see the interview.
Right. Okay, I think I'm just gonna play the video.
Okay.
But renters concerned. Next topic is renters concerned about unwanted visitors, drug use inside of Denver apartments. Come on, video. Come on, video.
Is there any more reading bit? No.
No, that's it.
Okay.
Super delayed though.
Yeah, so this renter that we talked to said that this has been going on for about 6 months at his building. And we've heard from several other renters in the Denver metro area who say they have been dealing with unwanted visitors in their apartments as well.
That gold dome is where Denver's Capitol Hill neighborhood gets its name, but it's not what draws people to live here.
I feel like it's always been a trendy, cool spot. Lots of people in and out.
And right now, he says that's part of the problem with living here.
With where this building's located, right in the heart of Cap Hill, it's like a hub for homeless to come in and out.
He says people who don't live at apartment buildings are getting inside anyway.
I had to physically kick someone out at 4 a.m. before a job interview.
People are one thing, the problems are another.
Inside the building, there were pieces of foil that were burnt, so clearly it's a mechanism for smoking. I presume some type of hard drug.
And outside?
I mean, they're just sprayed out everywhere, just left after they're used, just left for people to step on, dogs to step on.
He says it feels like property managers aren't doing enough.
You have residents here that are paying you money, and your job is to keep people safe.
I think when you have a dense population of people, that's where you're going to find most of the problems.
She manages properties up and down the Front Range and says security has been an ongoing issue for the last 5 to 10 years.
Most of the buildings are fob access operated, so not everyone could just walk in off the street, so controlled access. A lot of the properties do have cameras all over the place.
But she says it's not perfect.
Some people, when they walk their pets, right, they prop a door open. Then, someone comes in or, someone comes in right behind someone without even asking if they live here or if they're fob.
Now, she is on the board of the Apartment Association of Metro Denver, and she says, while this is happening at properties across the Denver area right now, it's really not a hot topic among property managers and owners. Ashley Michaels, Fox 31.
So this is a citizen thing. This is not my backyard types.
Yep. NIMBYs. Some more NIMBYism, but the city keeps doing these sweeps, so what do you expect?
Right.
Where do you expect people to go?
Not that, but they're not talking about the motherfuckers that are in their own apartments doing the worst.
Well, they never talk about that.
Yeah, they're the worst, but they got the audacity.
They got 4 walls and the doors. So.
Yeah, they got the audacity to talk about anybody You gotta come in from the cold. Just try to stay up so they don't get violated or anything. They don't talk about that. They don't talk about their own motherfucking drug uses and shady shit they got going on in their fucking closets. They're so quick to point out this event. I don't know, I was about to use broad and biggest terms for people. They're so quick to point out unhoused fucking situations.
Yeah.
Instead of offering fucking constructive help.
When my oldest brother doing my eat. Oh, okay.
So yeah. Thank you, family, for being with us on this very last episode of season 2. We start with a new season next week.
Yeah.
The RVA will be live sometime. Let's hope today is I did some very serious stuff, and we still gotta do a little bit of phone banking and campaigning and stuff up until Tuesday.
Yep.
And Jesse got the food bank in a couple hours. It's just
it's
gonna be so heavy. So wish your boy luck. We're banging the drum so he can get in and see him. Support the movement. Kind words, not hopes and prayers, but kind words, man. Kind words. So right now, a little bit of encouragement is a great boost to our morale. Right, baby?
Right. Yeah, so we're gonna go out with Lady Che's video.
Oh yeah, I'm kind of proud of our little work.
Make sure y'all do the right thing, Denver, and write in Just Paris for Denver Mayor.
And look for our new commercial sometime today.
All I've heard for the last 2 years is we need change. We need change. The unhoused need to be housed. Crime needs to come to a minimal, substantially. People need to be punished. Police need to stop killing young, innocent Black men and women in or outside of custody. Drug use needs to not be open. People need rehab and mental health. The housing is unfair. The housing rates are way too high for anybody to live in. The AMI, the livable, workable wage, is nowhere near matching. And all of a sudden, we want people still to come here and live here while we push others out. We have an influx of migrants when we can't take care of our own people. So much is going on. We have a transit system that has been having derailments and all sorts of craziness that happens. And the price to ride the bus is extremely high. We have unfair housing. Everything is high. We can barely afford to feed ourselves. Food is diminishing. People are at their lowest. And COVID's over. We don't have that to, lean on. We say we want change. We say, as Black people, we want to be Black first and put our priorities first. We say that we need tangibles for every single community in Denver. We need someone to fight for us. We need a mayor that's going to stand up. We need a mayor that's going to say no. We need a mayor that's going to do this. We need a mayor better than Hancock. And when I think about that, I think about Jesse Paris. And this is your only chance to write in somebody different, to write in a new change, a dramatic change, something tangible. It's not going to be easy. It's not going to be comfortable. It's going to be hard.
I guess there was more to that, but for some reason it didn't get in my little video. My family, it's kind of grim, but ultimately I think that's how it had to be addressed. And the reality is that it will be motherfucking hard, and it's hard for y'all to make the right choice. We understand that. We're not gonna, we have to, at some point we'll just have to accept it. You're comfortable with this benign neglect and anti-Black racism. And we just have to accept that you just said you wanted to change, and really you voted in the opposite direction of that. But you have to accept that at some point if that's what it is. If you're really serious though, and you're like us, go ahead and write in something different. It's not gonna. It's not. It's not. It would behoove you to try something different. Let's put it that way. Yeah, let's put it that way. Behoove you to try something like completely different for your own good. You know. And I think he's the best choice, not because I'm hyping him up, but out of all the candidates, Black first.
The only Black first candidate in the race. So do the right thing, Denver. Write me in for Denver Mayor, JSSEPARRIS on your ballot below Kelly Bruff. And thank y'all for tuning in to season 2, episode 52. It's been 2 years, Lady Che.
I know. 2 years, hard 2 years, but I learned so much. I learned so much. I'm so happy.
Make sure you check out Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced, which I'm the co-executive producer and co-host of, every Tuesday at 7 p.m. Mountain Standard Time. Also, make sure y'all check out the Revolutionary Agenda later on today. And make sure y'all check us out next Saturday for a brand new episode of the Frontline Black News. We'll be moving into our 3rd season. So stay tuned for that.
And all your current updates this whole week. You have a lot of updates for everybody. Stay tuned for what you got coming up too.
Yes. So peace, love, light, reparations, and separations, and Black empowerment. We're out. Peace.